Maybe I should play a tabby bind Stalker. Yeah, sure, why not? It is negative aptitude, but I think we're gonna be okay. I hope that we're gonna be okay. Maybe Cinder Acolyte. Maybe Brigand. Brigand doesn't sound terrible at all. Gonna go for Brigand, sure. I guess I'll train short blades. Whatever. This is corrosion from the get-go. And let me switch to tiles, of course. Let's switch to tiles real quick. Hold on, it's not loading, as is tradition. Alrighty, now it is loading. Ninja Gaiden Sigma grind set. Would you believe me if I told you that you're not the first one to make that joke today? Take a look at this.
Sigma male ninjas only.
So yeah, I know, not the same joke, but close enough. But yeah, I wanted to play Ninja Gaiden Sigma, but I came to the conclusion that it's like it makes me too motion sick, which is weird because I played a significant amount of it off stream a couple of months ago, and I was doing well. So I don't know why it's like messing me up so bad now. So anyway, we're playing Stalker Brigand. You suffer heavy motion sickness, so you never play FPS. Yeah, I don't really. Only with a very few of them, like um, with Bioshock, with Doom, the new Doom, I mean. I guess the old Doom as well. Um, but like not with all of them. Not with all of them. For the Thousand Sprite, what about the Turn Hunter? Thank you for reminding me. Let's do that right now. Turn Hunter. It's not working. Okay, we can fix it. Aha! There we go. Yeah, that is pretty neat. I think the fact that you can set a tile for a monster for your player character. It is similar to something that I already have in console. My console shows me the species that I am. So, for example, for a Vine Stalker, I appear as an F, a green F. Gonna get some strength with these characters. So I can wear some heavy armor. And so far it's been going well. It is being surprisingly straightforward. Also, this D1 has a lot of experience for me. I'm already experience level 3, almost level 4. Well, not quite almost level 4, but you know what I mean. Like experience level 3 on D1 is pretty sweet. Yeah, I cannot complain about it. So we are on the lookout for a better weapon, right? Because we're using a +2 dagger. We need something better than this. Okay. I think I start with a small amount of throwing. Yes, I do. So I guess I could quiver these silver boomerangs, put them to use. You begin to heal more quickly. So that is significantly impactful for a Bind Stalker. Yeah, after you get to experience level 4 with a Bind Stalker, the game drastically changes in your favor. What if I went Wujian with this character? I feel like this character would greatly benefit from going Wujian because Wujian is plus 15 stabbing with Heavenly Storm. And yeah. Ooh, look at that. Poisonous Vapors and Ignite Poison. That makes me want to reconsider my life choices. Yes, it does. So we're gonna learn that, right? Gonna train this to 4. 4 has to be good. Well, is this a Venom Mage? Now it is. Now it is. Oh, I guess I might die to this priest. Um, but if I don't die to this priest, it is indeed a Venom Mage, and that's the only way to put it. I wish I had something better to do to the priest than throw some Curer. I guess Curer again for the impact damage. Ah, it's better than dying. There we go. Now the rest of the orcs are a joke, right? The priest is the one that's like, oh yeah, that kills me or I die. Or rather, I have to kill that immediately or I die. That's how it is with a priest when you have 23 maximum HP. Even if my HP is or even if my mana is part of my HP as well, like I still don't have enough to not die horribly to that guy. So I have a robe, and here we have a ringmail. Sounds like a pretty decent upgrade to me. However, we have to keep in mind that I will probably go back to the robe later on, or to a better robe, in order to be able to cast my poisonous vapors and ignite poison. Like every plan that I had for the character like went out the window when I got that book. Like it is just that powerful. And I always say I wish I had gotten it I wish I had gotten it earlier. Well, now is earlier. So we are most definitely gonna be taking advantage of it. Amulet of Faith. Hmm. I could go Ashensari. I think if I went Ashensari with this character, I just win. Like I legit think that. But I don't know. I've already gone Ashensari a fair amount, so I'm not too sure about wanting to go Ashensari right now. Okay, we got a rapier. I bet it's probably better than a +2 dagger because it has way more base damage. The Stroller stuck with innate Bind Stalker regen? It indeed does. So when I eventually get Troll Letter, that's probably gonna be what I'm gonna use. All sources of regen stack. There used to be like a rumor back in my day that said that trolls did not get the regen from Troll Letter, but I don't like it is not true today, and I'm starting to doubt that it was ever true. Today you learned that trolls can wear Troll Letter armor now. Yeah, they have been able to wear that for a while. As I mentioned, I'm starting to become skeptical that it was ever true that they couldn't stack regen. Certainly true a few years ago. Well, in at some point between a few years ago and today, it was changed apparently. Okay, didn't berserk. Interesting. All right. Intelligence, because the plan has gone out the window. We also got a buckler. I'm gonna grab it and I'm gonna put it on. I might even train for it. It's only 4 skill. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Probably should have cured this ogre before it got next to me. Okay, extremely poisoned. Yeah, there we go. Easy peasy. Uh, Menkaure. Okay, the iguana convulses. I guess I can kill the iguana real quick. Don't do that anymore. I mean, I guess I should be okay because I have regen. But yeah, that's a bit too dangerous. Too much base damage for me to want to deal with it right now. So I'm just gonna leave the level. Okay, perfect. Necrophage cannot poison that. Chainmail. No, that's too heavy. It would nuke my defenses too much. Or rather, it would nuke my evasion too much without giving me a lot of armor class. Yeah, 10-6 versus 7-10. I think I take 7-10. Nice. Okay. Now we're gonna go back to these. Because what I'm currently doing, which is pretty much throw darts at things, is gonna be way better executed with poisonous vapors. It's just gonna be throw darts, but it cannot miss. That is indeed a pretty good thing to have access to. Killer bee zombie. We should be able to kill it easily. Yep. Also, look at my mana. I have now 14 mana. So for practical purposes, I have like 50 something HP. Not bad for a D5 character. Yeah, kind of bad for an experience level 7 character, but not bad for a D5 character. Oh, okay, I guess we're gonna have to Kirer you. There we go. Your teeth grow very long and razor sharp. I have to say that there's been quite a sloppy amount of gameplay with this character, but fortunately I haven't gotten punished for it yet. Alrighty, we have a ring right here, a ring that I cannot access yet, but I'll keep it in mind when I find digging. Yes. The Ring of the Jolly Brambles. I like the name. 6 intelligence, 6 dexterity. I wish it had 6 strength as well, but that seems like a pretty decent thing to use. Oh, look at that. 3 slaying, 7 dexterity, willpower. It makes me weak to fire, but I think it's okay. I would only need to find a fire resistance item or a willpower item instead, so I don't have to use that. But yeah, put it on the wish list. I'll come back for it later. This E6 is being very promising. Temple. All right, Temple. Wait a second. Oh, by the way, the Wraith might be a dangerous thing to fight. Um, Altar. What should we go with this character? Because my original plan with this character was going Wujian. And then doing just like flippy dippy Heavenly Storm things. But now I'm not so sure. Yeah. On the other hand, if I really want to go hard on spellcasting, I don't know if I want like Behemoth. Really, the way I'm thinking of, I'm the way I'm thinking of it, it's gotta be Ashensari, right? Like Ashensari is just too good. I guess I could also go Chevriados for the same result of very powerful character that casts and presses staff, but I'm not going to go Chevriados, and here is why. Chevriados removes the most powerful advantage that you get from being a Bind Stalker, and that is having regen just from being a Bind Stalker. Because with regen, you can usually walk away from monsters and regen super fast, and Cheibriados doesn't let you do that. So yeah, it would be like going Spriggan of Cheibriados, kind of like in the sense that Cheibriados removes all reason for you to play a character that otherwise would be really weak. So, with that in mind, I think the correct thing to go is Gozag. I guess I could also go Ashensari, but I'm gonna go Gozag. Hmm. Well, it would be a good time for me to have Potion Petition to like become a 3 or something against this Wraith. But I do not possess that skill. It would also be nice if I knew what the things that I'm carrying are. I think I'm just gonna have to Pillar Dance it until it loses a turn. If it loses a turn and I can go downstairs to read everything and like identify everything, then we are much more heavily favored against this Wraith. It would also be very helpful if the other noticed me and like stumbled in the way of the Wraith because the other is faster, so it will always catch up to me faster. Yeah, you see that? It is unfortunately being the other way around in the sense that the Wraith is kind of making it so that the other cannot reach me. Okay, that seems pretty decent. No, it is very hard for the other to reach me in this arena. Also, it's been a while since I've been pillar dancing, and the Wraith hasn't lost a turn, and the other hasn't. Or rather, I haven't lost a turn, and the Wraith hasn't lost a turn. So I don't know what's going on. Ooh, okay, I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, at least I don't have the Wraith within melee range. I cannot beat that. Hmm. I wanted to go for just killing the ogre, but I don't think that's gonna work. I don't need the. Okay, so we are in a pretty bad spot here because I either give the ogre another attack or I give the wraith an attack. Like that's just how it is. I can do this and this lets the ogre attack me, or I can do this and this lets me the wraith attack me. I guess I can do this as well. I just go here and then here, and the wraith gets a free attack. Um, so in this position, not much that I can do about it. I think I'm gonna take the ogre. I think the ogre kills me, and not with a shield. Also, there was also always a chance for the ogre to lose a turn because it did swing a slow weapon. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Um, yeah, I think I'm just gonna go downstairs because now I can. Alrighty, perfect, perfect. That could have gotten pretty bad indeed, but fortunately it ended up working out, curing and heal wounds. Okay, tragic. Oh, yeah, I guess Gozag doesn't care about the Amulet of Faith. I find it funny that it was marked as useless, but yeah, it is indeed a rather useless weapon if you're a Gozag worshipper, or a rather useless item, not a weapon. Should exclude that because if I go upstairs into that wraith, things get pretty bad. Hmm. Okay. Um, I should probably quiver poisonous vapors now that I can cast it, right? 16%. I guess I can't quite cast it yet. Is that a priest? It is a priest. Okay. I'm gonna try to poisonous vapors the priest. Hmm. I wish I had Ignite Poison already, but I guess it is only D7, and I didn't start with those things. What's your chance to hex me? 27. I guess it is understandable. It's the early game. Kind of how the early game goes sometimes. Okay. Yeah, we're doing quite well with this rapier and shield. Hmm. I think I should stop training her. Where's Ninja Gaiden? I can't. It gives me too much motion sickness, so I had to go and play Crawl. We are not gonna be playing Ninja Gaiden on stream anymore because of that. I have this start of a migraine. If it gets too bad, I don't think I will be able to continue streaming tonight, and then that's like super bad. So yeah, fingers crossed for that not happening. But I feel like all the initial symptoms, it doesn't quite hurt yet, but it feels super close to starting to hurt, and I also feel like this feeling in my mouth is like I don't know how to describe it. If you've ever thrown up, you know the feel that you get right before you throw up. That same feel. Take care. Oh yeah, like if it's too bad, I will like call it quits because I feel like it's important for me to play properly. Mm, no tele, no tele, and of course we know that curing doesn't cure us. Yeah, these bees are probably too much. Fingers crossed for the buckler doing something. Mm. Yeah, just to heal the poison. Probably shouldn't have done that. Probably shouldn't have done that. Dart misses, of course. Of course it does. Hmm. If only the killer bee was, or like the one in front was hit by Curer, but it wasn't. Okay, you kill the killer bee times two. I wanted to keep to hold this position because only one bee was hitting me. But yeah, now we're good. Now I don't think I'm gonna die to these orcs. I can just walk them off. Yeah, and I do have like poison resistance or something. I have it, but I cannot. Can I buy it? I can't buy it. Okay, I can tap them all and heal, or rather gain mana back because of the anti-magic bite from the Bind Stalker. Yeah, people love the anti-magic bite from the Bind Stalker, and I am tempted to agree with them for sure. So yeah, it's so good with a quick blade. Fingers crossed for me getting a quick blade with this character. And also, fingers crossed for me being able to go back up. Vorpal, I guess it's not terrible. Boon, Tele, Fear, and last but not least, it's magic mapping. Your surroundings feel slightly or seem slightly different. Not bad, not bad. Definitely. Um, Ooh, that's a wyvern. Yeah, the wyvern is an issue. In general, fighting in an open level is an issue for this character. Okay. I think if I go here, in the part of the level where I was fighting the bees before, maybe we can do something. Okay, the curer dart ends up hitting the wyvern. I can just walk away from it and position myself here. Ooh, I'm not liking this at all. This feels bad. With the large amount of bullfrogs, they hit for like, oh, they hit for 9. For some reason, I thought they hit harder, but they're fast, so yeah. What hits for 20 is the wyvern. Wait. Poisonous vapors on the wyvern, because why not? Then just fighting in the open. Yeah, and this level so far it's nothing but that. And we can also not retreat to the previous level. Um, Wait, is there 2 wyverns? I'm pretty sure there's 2 wyverns. Wouldn't be surprised if there were 2 wyverns. Because one of them was at full HP. What's up with that? Hmm. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, something weird happened there. I'm pretty sure I saw a wyvern that was at full HP. You have a lot of resources and scrolls and potions. Yeah, we have to keep in mind that as a Vine Stalker, I cannot use heal wounds. Like I have 4 heal wounds and I cannot use them unfortunately because that's kind of how Vine Stalker is. Mm, they get regen, but they cannot heal from things that are not regen, or they rather they cannot heal from potions. I guess they can heal from potion petition. The other day I saw someone using potion petition as a Binestalker of Gozag to heal, and well, that's going to be something that I will have access to very soon, but not yet. Oh, I always forget. It's the fault of oh wow, this guy is destroying me. It's the fault of the are you fast? Okay, you're not fast. I can walk away from you. You have bad experiences with using potion petition as a healing source. I don't think I've been in a situation where I've been like, oh yeah, I need potion petition right now to give me like heal wounds or something, or I die. Fortunately. Please die. Please die. Thank you for dying. Oh man, these early game fights and the fact that I was forced into D7 like so early into the game, I have had to skip like 2 levels already because I had some really messed up things. It's getting kind of complicated. In fact, I wanted to clear this level to go up into the previous level, to go up into um, the first level that I skipped, which is not this one. Okay, so this level has a wraith. That's why I was so quick to skip it, in case you didn't see in time. So I think the first level that I skipped was like D3. Yeah, D3 had, or no, it was this level. It was this level because this level has an ogre and a null apparently. All right, let's see what we got here. Noise, emo. We haven't found blinking yet, so maybe it would be a good idea to not read identify scrolls from now on. We already found tele. Hmm. Okay, I should learn ignite poison for this character to truly get to the next level. And yeah, if you're wondering why I'm like skilling so weirdly, it is because I got Ignite Poison and Poisonous Vapors in a book. It was a Randart book as well. Like it was not like any fixed book with those 2 spells. I don't think there's any book in the game nowadays that allows you to learn those 2 spells from that book. Oh, that's mean because it's poison resistant. Yeah, I'm not liking this. I might die here. I guess potion petition. Haze will have to do the trick. I guess resistance gives me resistance to corrosion, right? All right, and of course invisibility makes it really easy for me to beat that guy. But yeah, the game is being kind of mean to me today. Not gonna lie. Hmm. Okay, as long as I don't lose my Dart of Cure, I think we're good. Oh yeah, there's the Wraith. I wonder if I can kill it now. I don't feel too confident because I haven't been training my melee, and I am using my melee to kill monsters. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to pass on that rate. Oh, well, there's another one. Hmm. I guess I have 3 Holy Word for a reason. I could use them optimally and just like carry this raid with me up until D6 and then use Holy Word on the 2 raids. But that would be so dumb. Like I would get killed before that worked. So I am not going to do that. Instead of that, I'm just gonna go for Holy Word right now. The raid convulses. No meth. No meth. No meth. That's all that I got. Staying aboard, Alistair's intoxication and Bog. Maybe I go for Bog later on. I need an emote that's Bog Champ. I feel like it's too perfect for me to not have it. It would be like a follower emote, Bog Champ, because I already have a subscription emote that's like Golf Champ. Oh, that's not it. Yeah, this is it. I saw it like a year ago or something, maybe more than a year ago. That guy won a golf tournament, and when he was posing with the trophy's lid was like falling off, and he made that face, and it was like I had to make that into an emote. There was no other alternative. Okay. Being able to kill a D8 two-head ogre is exquisite. I love it. Um, Spellcasting of 8. Yeah, so I have more mana because mana equals HP for this character. Hmm. Okay, talking about mana equals HP, I got a ring of 9 HP. Not gonna say no to that ring. I picked up a rather useless item. I guess with a Bind Stalker, it's not that useless because Bind Stalker is supposed to be stealthy. Okay, I should probably quiver Poisonous Vapors now and drop the Poison Darts, never to use them again. Same goes for the Boomerangs in any of their iterations and the Atropa Darts. Hmm. So yeah, we are pretty much on the lookout for Poisonous or for Toxic Radiance. Toxic Radiance allows me to just win the game with this character. I would be very surprised if I managed to lose. Or maybe I would get Snake. Snake with Toxic Radiance would be very difficult, and Spider would be very easy. So fingers crossed for getting Spider and Toxic Radiance, I guess. Mm. Yeah, I'm not liking this. There's too many whites. Maybe these whites have like a better weapon for me actually. So let's just try to fight them one versus one. Okay. Or I could reveal them all and read Holy Word. I'm gonna do exactly that. There we go. Alrighty. Um, I like that. The fact that I got so much Holy Word so early into the game, like it is powerful. It is rather powerful. It's not like a trash consumable like Heal Wounds is, but ooh, mm, gotta think about it. Mm, but yeah, between using it against a leech and like not doing anything to the leech and literally one-shotting a band of whites on D9 on a character that would have severe issues stabbing even one of them, I think I would rather use it for the greater value, which in my opinion is just like killing the whites. Mm, okay. No, why are you poisoning the wizard? Poison the dangerous one. You know, it is funny to me that a Nork priest on D10 is not marked as dangerous. Yeah, what makes a Kobold Brigand more dangerous than a Nork Wizard on a character that has 46 maximum HP? I don't know if I agree with that, personally. I think the Orc Wizard is significantly more dangerous. One more. Okay. And yeah, list of things that I really want to find with this character. A Bailey, a Bailey, because Baileys have crazy good loot, and they also don't have good monsters with poison resistance. So I would be able to kill even a knight. Like I think this character could find a knight right now, and it would not be a very difficult fight. It would be kind of sketchy because the knight can kind of two-shot me, maybe even one-shot me. Nah, I think if I'm at full resources, HP, mana, the knight cannot one-shot me. Mm, and I just need to have a couple of tiles on the knight to be able to one-shot it myself. We found a bit of an upgrade, the form of a dagger of electrocution. Not bad. I can buy the buckler now. I don't think I want to buy it immediately because even if I do value willpower a lot, I also value not getting hit crazy hard out of nowhere, which is what would happen if I put on an item that makes me weak to fire. But yeah, I hope that I find um, the fire resistance soon, so I can buy that buckler because everything else about the buckler is like so fantastic for this character. The 3 slay, the 7 dexterity, the willpower. It is even more enchanted than my current buckler, so maybe I should just pull the trigger on it. If I ever feel like a terrible or you're burnt, what's the message that you get? You get a silly message. Um, But yeah, if I see like Maggie or maybe Erika, because Erika does have a scimitar of flaming, those would be monsters that I would have to greatly overestimate and overvalue, much more than I would do normally, um, just because I'm weak to fire. So kind of play like a mommy. Um, hmm. Ooh, let's see what we got here. Blinking, a best scroll identified, the most important scroll to identify in the game. Ooh, that's a lot of bees. Not the bees. Oh, they're in my eyes. The other day I saw the not the bees scene. It's so bad. Like I can't believe it. Why is it so bad? No one told them that the scene was terrible. Alrighty, there we go. I think we can just stab down the rest of them. Easy peasy. Dealing with bees is so easy when you have poison magic, poisonous vapors specifically. Updated some emotes. What is that? Oh yeah, I have some follower emotes now. I moved um I moved the Hydra to a follower emote. Yeah, I have the hog. I have the emotes that Star Polemic provided are follower emotes. I mean, um, I came to the conclusion that if Star Polemic gave them to me for free, it would be unethical for me to charge for using them, right? So that's why they are follower emotes. Mm-hmm. Okay, I just tapped down a jackband like nothing. Oh, a human with a launcher. Interesting. Where did you come from? Yeah, very generous of Star Polemic to provide free emotes. Thank you. If you're still around, Star Polemic, thank you for that. It is a very sweet thing to do, and I think everyone here appreciates your artistic gifts. A wraith, another wraith. Well, I guess now I have the dagger of electrocution, so I think we should be okay. I'm gonna try to tab it down. Okay, there we go. There we go. Not liking this because they can do exactly that. Yes. But I think if I am in a corridor, I should be able to deal with them. Um, it is. Oh, that's a lot of spellcasting. I don't think I want that much spellcasting for now. Mm, I think I want to go back to my dagger because now I have a dagger of electrocution. So poisonous vapors, dagger. If I find toxic radiance, that would like be incredible for this character. I can kill a lot of things already. And also, I have 2 pips of willpower. Ooh, okay, D11 Ice Cave. I don't have cold resistance, so that could be a serious issue for my character. At least it's not a volcano. Oh, robo resistance on D6. Can I buy that? I can't buy that just yet. Gozag does give you a lot of money, but I just haven't killed enough things to have a lot of money from Gozag. So we shall leave that there. It is kind of a shame because it is looking better than my current ring mail, and it is exactly the fire resistance that I needed. Ooh, no, 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 we're not doing that level. Okay, it's such a shame that no ice cave generated in my game. Yeah, I saw a fire dragon there. D11 fire dragon, weak to fire, 50 maximum HP. Nah, 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 nah. That's not real. D11 fire dragon is not real. It can't hurt you. D11 fire dragon. Oh, typoed into casting it in a tile where I didn't want to cast it. It didn't die from that. Oh, I guess the line of sight was blocked. You know, when it comes to the gimmick of characters using their HP as or their HP as mana as HP, like I am comparing Stalker to Jin here. I think I like the way the Jin does it a bit more than the way the Stalker does it. I wish I could deal with that Hydra, but I cannot. Yeah, I can't. It would one-shot me pretty much, so I cannot do this. Hello, Railbird. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Yeah, something makes me think that I'm not gonna be able to do this. Enchant weapon. Alright, we can enchant a dagger of electrocution without feeling particularly guilty about it. I shouldn't go back. I shouldn't go close to that because of the fire dragon. Like, we cannot deal with that. Straight up. We can't do anything about it. That looks like a shop to me. I want to check it out. Maybe it has cold resistance for me to be able to do the ice cave without being pretty sad about taking a lot of damage from everything and potentially dying, because it's also not like I have a lot of HP to play around with. How have your crawl adventures been, Mr. Railbird? I hope that they have been doing well for you. One of these guys has electrocution, yeah. Alright. Big Orc room. So it was not a shop, it was the entrance to Orc. Alrighty, can't complain, that's a lot of loot that we got there. Frozen Archway. Wait, what's up with that? HP regen is less than 1 per turn. Huh. Did it get nerfed? Did it get nerfed or something? Regen maybe got nerfed. Because look at that, it's less than 1 HP per turn. It should be 1 HP per turn. Have you accepted the superiority of Behemoth over Sif yet? You haven't played with Behemoth? You should do it like as soon as you can. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay, that's perfect. Fanar has the cold resistance that I need, and I can kill Fanar easily. And I'm not afraid of Fanar. Well, I'm kind of afraid of Fanar. Let's be fair here because I have very little HP, but I have a pretty good way to kill Fanar. Hmm. You got the Punks link in your current game, and this is still a potential streak of 3 human fire elementalists of Sif Muna, right, Railbird? Okay, I don't think I want to fight Fanar. Like, I kinda do, but I also think Fanar can one-shot me, or two-shot me. Yeah, both of Cold 3 dice of 18, Rich 4 dice of 10, 80 HP. It's like difficult for me to kill Fanar. Curer, Net, Poisonous Vapors. Poisonous Vapors. Ignite Poison. Ooh, look at that. The damage. Crazy. Oh, did I also get a Ring of Ice? Sweet. Okay, let's put this on. We lose a bit of defenses, but we are perfectly okay with that, and we also gain cold resistance. And we can even have a second pip of cold resistance going into this ice cave. So yeah, that was an incredibly convenient fan art to find. You know, I should probably train fighting instead. Demonic Crawler Simulacrum. Ooh, I'm very glad that I decided to. Wow, it deals such ridiculous damage. Why does it deal so much damage? I don't think it should deal so much damage, but here we are. Yeah, it hits 3 times for 10 damage each to deal up to 27. Like, that doesn't seem okay to me. Okay, that guy hits for 12 and then up to 30. At least I have a Wand of Flame. I almost never use them, so might as well put it to use now. Even with 0 evocations, it's still good enough to kill these guys. Slime Creature. Is this the one with the Azure Jellies? Wow, that's messed up. You already lost a streak. It ended at 2 games, with the third game being lost to a heartbreaking -1 damage from barbs going downstairs to a clear level. Wow, that's that is indeed a tragic thing to happen. I don't think I've ever been in that situation where I'm like, oh, I cannot move because barbs might be lethal. You got punk and you haven't gotten it at minimum delay. You should. It is just crazy good. It is so much better than the hand crossbows that you usually like to use with your characters. I mean, don't misunderstand me. Hand crossbows are definitely good, um, but Punk is just on another level. I should maybe learn Ramparts. Maybe. Yeah, should I learn? Should I? Well, I already know about Ramparts, but should I cast it right now? Should I train for it? Probably should, because Ramparts is a pretty good spell for things that are not poisonable. That's not good. That is indeed a pretty bad thing. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it hits too hard for me. Wow, it's so hard to play the game with a character with such low HP, even if it has like I have, for practical purposes, 68 HP at the moment. And I also have trash defenses. And I have a dagger of electrocution against a heavily wounded slime creature. I don't feel comfortable about this. It is funny because these are just like 2 normal slime creatures that melted. It's just that one of them was almost dead and the other one was at full HP. And they combined into something that's significantly more dangerous and significantly harder to kill than the 2 of them separately. Um, I guess I can read fear. If I read fear, um, I can make them walk away and maybe regen to full HP, maybe even wait for them to split. So I guess I'll have to do that. Oh man, that sucks. So I feared the slime creature. The slime creature became immediately unfeared because it was standing on frozen ramparts. Well, I guess we're gonna have to do it again. I kind of want to get out. Not gonna lie, I don't feel like dealing with. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna get out. That was pretty awful. Not gonna lie, that felt pretty bad. So I guess I can go buy my robe of cold resistance now to head over on the 11. That's pretty sweet. We can kill that. Yeah, there we go. roll above resistance. Alrighty. Now, I kinda would like to get Osakubu's armor or something along those lines so I can actually daff. Um, I guess I'm gonna go do Orc before Lair. We immediately see a Sorcerer. 9% chance to paralyze, that's fine. Whew, we get the staff and we get the kill. Alright, not gonna complain about that. Yeah, I still have weakness to fire? That does, oh, because of the Ring of Eyes. Yeah, let me drop that. Prime Minister of Mongolia is a Harvard graduate. Oh, interesting. Who is the Prime Minister of Mongolia? I don't think I know. Okay. Walk away to heal. I am so glad that I didn't go Chebreados with this character, because Chebreados wouldn't allow me to do that, and that has been carrying this character. I feel like my Poisonous Vapors is kinda low power. Yeah, I should probably train more Poison Magic and Air Magic. I'll do it right now. That's fine. Oh, you Nerdene. I see. There's a lot of Mongolian wrestlers in sumo. In fact, the greatest wrestler of all time, Hakuho, is Mongolian. Now he's working as a guard in the sumo stadium because that's what retired wrestlers do immediately after they retire. And it's pretty cool because whenever you see the wrestlers going in for their thing, they always like bow to Hakuho kinda discreetly because even if he's retired, he was still like literally the greatest of all time. You know, it feels weird to say the greatest of all time, but it is no exaggeration when it comes to that guy. He is that good. His last name sounds like a Panlord name. They go back to normal way after retirement. Must be weird to see them like that. Well, sometimes they go back to normal weight, but not always, and most importantly, it also doesn't happen immediately. Yeah, it is a process. One of the most famous wrestlers for cutting weight after retirement, Taka no Hana, like wrote a book and it's like a bit of a celebrity. He's also a very polemic figure in the sumo world. That guy had good chainmail. Let's take a look. Cold resistance. Well, I don't think I can wear that. I don't think I would be able to cast on it. And just for curiosity. 6 evasion. And yeah, I can't cast on it. So we're gonna drop that for now. I feel like I maybe messed up the skilling with this character, but I just got poisonous vapors and ignite poison, and I said to myself, "Let's do it. Let's do it. We have to do it, right?" Yeah, I should probably stop training that and go back to fighting now that I got my 5 air magic. Yeah, I'm not that afraid of sorcerers because fortunately I happen to have willpower. All right. Now, intelligence or strength? I think I'm gonna go for strength because I have a ring that gives me 6 intelligence and dexterity in a shop. Yeah, and that will kind of allow me to cast in heavier armor later on, which is what I want to do. Not the best character to start if you want to do some kind of heavy armor casting. Yeah, Brigand is more like I want to try to pass stealth checks and be absolutely miserable while I'm playing Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, or at least that's just my opinion. Okay, it's almost dead. So it didn't die from extremely poisoned, ignite poison. Unfortunate. Okay. This is not going bad at all. It's going pretty decently. I guess I can go back to D7 now. Like, why am I doing this before doing D7? I should probably go and do D7 like right now. Okay, now I'm getting overwhelmed with orcs. I was hoping to get some anti-magic bite out of that orc that I meleeed, because I could definitely use some mana right now. Okay, there we go. That was not bad at all. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that right now. If I continue doing orc, I will not do so immediately, but if I continue doing orc, chances are pretty good that I will amass enough money for me to be able to buy this ring. And 6 intelligence and 6 dexterity doesn't sound bad at all. Yeah, I have 24 dexterity somehow. Like, I have no idea how I have so much dexterity. Have I just been getting crazy level ups into dexterity with this character? I know that I just got strength on experience level 12, but maybe they get strength or dexterity every 3 levels, and I just have gotten 3 dexterity and 1 strength or something like that. Oh, never mind. It's because of the buckler. Yeah, the buckler gives me 7 dexterity. That would be why. So yeah, it was D7, right? Hmm. Okay, we can deal with this wyvern hopefully easily. Yeah, easily. There was a level that I had to skip because it was ridiculous. Was it D6? I guess it was D6. Yeah, now we can deal with the wraith in this level, and we can also deal with the ogre if I haven't killed it yet. Okay, alrighty. Willpower. Well, I don't think I will need more willpower, considering that I am only experience level 12 and I already have 2 pips of willpower. I think Stalker have more than 3 willpower per level up. Let's take a look. Stalker has 5. Okay, that's pretty good. That's almost double what you normally get. Almost double. Like, just think about that. Almost double. Mm. Okay, I kinda want to do some portion, a portion of this level. I mean, I kinda want to do that, but this level is extremely dangerous. There's like a fire dragon. There is a fire dragon in this D11, and I cannot do anything about it because I at least I'm not weak to fire anymore, so I have like a reasonable chance to not get one shot by it, but it is not good by any means. Okay, Poison Herald behind the much safer Center Warrior zombie, and just get rid of him. Well, he cannot do anything. Yeah, and now get rid of the Center Warrior. Easy. Nets, golds. Not bad, not bad. Nets and golds. Golds. Okay. Hmm. I have not found identify in a while. Ooh, we're starting to see a couple of kind of dangerous things. I don't have fog for that Center Warrior. No Fogu. We don't have fear anymore. We don't have any hex ones. I guess I'll just have to get rid of this Center Warrior the good old way. Tragic. I lost so much mana from that. I feel like I should run away. The thing is that I know running away doesn't do anything. Not against the center warrior because it runs faster than I do. At least lure it towards this choke point right here. So the acid dragon would be in front, or like I wouldn't be taking two ranged attacks from two monsters at the same time. Oof, this is ridiculous. Okay, now I am pretty sure I'm gonna die if I don't do this. Haste and heal wounds is exactly what I wanted. Yep, get me out of here. Yeah, they're kind of ridiculous. Like a D11 Center Warrior is kind of not okay. Okay, at least we got rid of that guy. But there were two acid dragons following that guy. Like we're not doing that. Um, I guess we're gonna go back to Orc. Orc 2 feels kinda easier than that. Because at least the Orc monsters do not move fast. Like the Center Warrior shares a lot of similarities with the monsters that make me not want to do Lair immediately with this character. Yeah, the Center Warrior is fast and hits really hard, but the Center Warrior hits very hard from afar. The monsters in Lair do not, but the monsters in Lair are poison resistant, and the Center Warrior is not. Mm. So yeah, definitely Bind Stalker is not what I would recommend to go for a streak. I have to say that. But I feel like I can get kind of bold with my streak because it's only like a streak of two. If I lose it, it's not like a big deal. Okay, I can go buy that. Should I? I think I should. Do I have an Amulet of Reflection? I do. Okay, let's put it on. Going back up to a much more respectable 14 shield. 30 dexterity. That to me feels like I should really train some dodging with this character with 30 dexterity. 19 intelligence is also pretty sweet. Yeah, with no skill in ice magic, we have 21% chance to miscast Frozen Ramparts, so I won't have to train it too much to get it really castable. Mm, So back to Orc we go. Double Smite? Yeah, double smite for 16 damage. It was more than 16 damage, I have to say, because I'm a Vine Stalker. But yeah, like wow. Okay, that's kind of the worst thing that I could see here. A Nork Knight with an Arbalest. At least I can walk away from it kind of easily and just heal to full HP. And now that I'm at full HP, it's a good idea for me to throw some Cure. Throw a net. It misses. Throw a net. You throw a net. Okay, took me 3 nets. Poisonous vapors. Sick as possible. I'm gonna try to poison the warrior for mana effectiveness. And there we go. Okay, that's how you get rid of an Orc Knight if you have poisonous vapors and ignite poison. I guess Kira also really played a factor in there. Like without Kira, I don't think I would have been able to kill the knight because Kira slows the monster. That's a very important thing. The impact damage from Curer is like very negligible. The effect of slowing the monster is much more significant, and it's not like some shenanigan hex where like you think it will do something, but it will actually not do anything. You just have to throw it, and if it hits the monster, it will slow the monster if it doesn't have poison resistance. That's why I like Curer so much. Okay, this is probably one of the best Orc 2 the endings that we could have gotten because it's a bunch of priests and sorcerers. Like normally this would be really dangerous, but with this character, like we can just get rid of all of these guys super easily by pressing the ignite poison button after a couple of after a couple of poisonous vapors. Yeah, even high priests they die like they're free. Um, Okay, I don't think you have a polearm, or rather, not a polearm, but a launcher. So you should be way easier to kill. As long as they don't have a plate of poison resistance. If they have a plate of poison resistance, we are in trouble. But that's pretty much the only way. Okay, throw a net. Perfect. Poison, poison, extremely poison, extremely poisoned. No poison resistance, no fire resistance. There we go, double kill. Beautiful, and the sorcerer should like follow them very quickly. Yep, this is a kind of character where like I feel so much more comfortable doing this than doing Lair because all of these guys are speed 10. Like just take a look at how badly we have been thrashing these sorcerers and high priests. They don't get to touch me. Even knights, they don't get to do anything. The power of poisonous vapors. Just a measly experience level 2 or a measly level 2 spell doing this to orc before doing lair 2 with no potions of experience or like anything too crazy. I guess not. I don't consider the buckler to be too crazy or the ring. Like the ring is kind of decent, but I guess it's not for practical purposes when it comes to casting poisonous vapors. It's not better than just a ring of intelligence. So yeah, I feel very justified saying that it's nothing too crazy. Smoldering plate. Very interesting. Also, I'm gonna buy the cloak right now. Cloak of Willpower. Sweet. I think I'm gonna enchant that right now. Um, yeah, normally I don't enchant things, but I wouldn't be surprised if I just stuck with that for the rest of the game. Osokubu's autobiography is a book that has Osokubu's armor, of course. So I am going to buy that eventually, and I'm gonna be able to dab with Osokubu's armor. In fact, I think it might not be a terrible idea for me to just train Ice Magic from now on until like maybe 16, so I can cast Osokubu's Refrigeration as well. It is actually the opposite of good for my character to have Cry as male code because I cannot drink potions. Potion heal times 2 multiplying 0 is still 0. So yeah, that's kind of whack. The globes are sweet. I'm gonna buy those globes when I have the money to do so, which means in like 3 kills because I'm with Gozag. Oh, look at that quick plate. I also am interested in that. Okay, I have to say that so far the floor god has been providing, and Gosag has been providing me with piety to get some things from the floor god. Okay, I didn't do the entirety of Orc 1, did I? I'm already done with Orc 2 before doing Lair. Okay, there's gotta be another set of downstairs. Or upstairs, rather. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Funnily enough, this situation is kinda more dangerous than any other situation that I've gotten into in Orc because I'm forced into melee range of Orcs, even if they are not knights. And I guess I'm glad that they are not knights because they could be knights. Okay. Uruk. She has fire resistance. That's pretty bad because she also has jabs, and those kinda hurt a lot. Should I even bother? You have nothing for me this game other than the potential 6 gold pieces that could drop from killing you. I don't know if it would be 6 gold pieces for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was that. So I'm just gonna go down. Like I'm not gonna fight you until I have like 100 HP. Hey, yeah, I told you. It was only like a matter of killing 2 or 3 guys and I would have enough money for my globes. 12, 15 defenses. It's not looking bad. Yeah, I'm enjoying this character so far. Kind of a struggler, but very strong too. Like the fact that I found poisonous vapors and ignite poison is really allowing me to get away with doing some things that maybe you shouldn't do at all. Okay, I'm still afraid of the acid dragons. However, they are poison resistant, so I cannot kill them fast, and they also hit really hard from afar. Okay, probably should try to kill the Cyclops before dealing with the Demonologist. Yeah, I only decided to do that because the Demonologist was not summoning anything. If it had someone like a Sun Demon, I would have killed it immediately. Um, but instead of like, since it didn't, I just decided to go ahead and use it as a meat shield. That was a lot of damage in a single turn. Stupid Centaur Warrior. Fortunately, I have a corner right here, so maybe I can get away with like not fighting this guy. You want to get into this game, but it's a bit daunting to learn. Any suggestions on types of characters or ways to progress early? Well, first and foremost, I would recommend you to watch my stream because my stream is a permanent tutorial. Like, I explain all my thought process with every one of my characters. Like, I explain why I'm doing the things that I'm doing, why I'm skilling the way I am skilling. Um, so like that will help you learn, and I know for sure because it has helped other people learn that they were beginners just as you were. um, so that's one thing. Also, I guess at the very start, like, try everything and just to stick with whatever you find enjoyable. When I started playing, wow, I can't believe it. When I started playing this game, I was recommended to play Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist, but it was not really my thing. And it was only until my fourth win that I tried to play um, a Deep Elf. Back then, Deep Elves were a bit more appealing than they are right now, and I was like so entranced and hooked by the playstyle of the Deep Elf, which is kind of similar to how they are nowadays, but back then I feel like they used to be slightly better. What I'm trying to say is like Deep Elf used to be glass cannony with a lot of utility spells to not be so glass cannony. So like phase shift and haste and a bunch of ridiculously powerful spells that have been removed since then. Now they still have the glass cannon aspect, but they don't have the utility spells. And I just like decided that I wanted to play that. Yeah, and it was probably that I decided to do that because I played Deep Door First Elementalist and I was okay with that. But what I was really not okay with was a Spriggan Enchanter. When I started playing Spriggan Enchanter, was like, oh yeah, you should play that. It's so good. People say that to me all the time as a new player, and I played that and it was so bad. Like it was miserable. It didn't really resonate with my playstyle. So that's why I'm telling you to just like experiment and play whatever, read everything, and determine. That sounds cool. Let's give it a try. And then if you play it and it turns out that it doesn't sound that cool, maybe try something else. That's the beauty of crawl. There's like tons of variety. um, I always say that crawl is infinitely replayable, and it really, really is. Like, it's truly infinitely replayable. Maybe not something that you can play for like 16 hours a day, 5 days a week, like something addictive, like straight up addictive, like a multiplayer game. But you can play a game of crawl and then take a break of like a week or so and then come back, play another game, and you can do that for literal decades, and it will be updated. Maybe not for literal decades because all things come to an end, but it will be relatively updated. Like, it's still updated to this day. You remember dying from hunger a lot? Now there's no more hunger. There's no more hunger. Also, what you probably didn't know is that you could chop up corpses and eat chunks, and that's how you prevented yourself from dying from hunger. But it was super annoying because pretty much every monster that you killed was like resetting the food clock. So that's why hunger is gone now. It is whack. Exactly what Railbird had happened to him. Then after that, you started to read the manual. You're currently trying your hand at Caves of Cough. That game is very, very fun. Never tried it personally. I don't know. Something about it makes me kind of not so interested. It's probably not a game for me. Caves of Cod. You played Ivan before you tried this game. I've heard things from Ivan. I've also heard that it's not really winnable. You're gonna replay that He Live a While, methinks. You have to chop corpses in that too, in Ivan or in Caves of Cod. Ivan is winnable stuff though. I see. I guess that's the standard. Should I continue doing D? I'm gonna continue doing D. It is kind of dangerous, but I'm gonna continue doing D before doing bolts or before doing Lair. I mean, okay, bolt guards. Yeah, these guys with launchers. Normally, I would be more afraid of them, but I can just break line of sight by moving one tile, so I'm okay. I need the bolt guard to appear again, and I'm not too excited over revealing multiple tiles here. Mm, this character has very low HP, so I cannot run into ridiculous risks. Do you have a launcher? You don't have a launcher. I was just like all worried about the fact that you could potentially have an arbalest, but no. Okay. Very tough, most likely, then you lose. There's only 4 or 5 dungeons, and it's one quest line. Crawl doesn't quite have quest lines like that, but yeah, I enjoy Crawl. Crawl makes me really happy. Can I buy? Oh, I can buy it. I should probably go buy it. Osokubu's autobiography, so I can use Osokubu's armor, so I can press staff with like 20 armor class or something. I need you to shift, Mr. Ugly Thing. I need you to not be green because green has resistance to poison. Okay, let's go buy that thing. It is indeed a very important thing for my character. Osokubu's armor, Osokubu's refrigeration. Because of the glyph you have, you almost thought you could traverse deep water. Oh, because Thorn Hunters can do that, right? When you say questline, you mean you talk to a king, he wants you to do something, game is complete? Is that how Ivan is? I guess in Crawl it's like you get the Orb of Sot and then you get out. It follows some similar formula to NetHack, but only in the sense of you go down and then you go up and you get powerful along the way. In this game, you don't make friends along the way. You kill everyone and become more powerful over killing people. um, NetHack, however, has a lot of jank and a lot of haha gotcha moments where NetHack kills you because you didn't know. In Crawl, that is just not the case. Crawl is one of the most fair roguelikes that you can imagine because Crawl will offer you all the information in game that you need to properly assess threats and win the game. What Crawl doesn't offer you is the tactical knowledge and the strategic decisions that you may or may not need to do or to acquire in order to win a game. If you play something easy and simple like a Minotaur Berserker, the game is gonna be way easier, and there's gonna be less decisions that you're gonna have to make compared to what I'm currently playing. For example, Ivan, you're a banana farmer who starts with cleansing the islands until you encounter eels, and the eels drown you and you die, I suppose. That's a very NetHack thing. I don't think Crawl ever has that, but I think eels used to be able to constrict you. I don't think they do so anymore. They just shoot lightning at you. You're like the character customization in this. Oh, it's a message from a different person. You know what happened there is that DJ Senpai and Lost Soul have the same color. So like I didn't believe it, but now that I stream and that I have like a lot of different people jumping into the stream and like chatting, it is kind of hard differentiate people by their names if they have the same color. Banishment to the Abyss can be a bit BS in Crawl? Nah. It is very rarely BS. And to back up my statement, my last character, literally last stream, well, maybe not last stream, it's like 2 streams ago, I got banished at experience level 10, and I shouldn't have survived, but I got lucky and I managed to kill like 5 monsters in the abyss, and it was enough experience for me to get out. Because if you gain enough experience in the abyss, you can get out. The game just like gives you a portal to get out after enough experience. Um, so yeah, it was luck, but it was also kind of skill. But it was a very early banishment, like experience level 10, and I got banished, and I still managed to escape. So I don't think it's that BS. It's just like very dangerous, and you should respect it no matter. Well, maybe at a super late stage in the game, like after you got 3 runes, you probably don't care too much about the abyss. But before that, it can still kill you. And even after that, it can still kill you if you go around doing really dumb things like getting slowed and fighting and everything. Does this game has God tribute spraying? It does. It does have gods. It kinda has spraying and it kinda has tributes. Here you can see a description of my current god. My current god is the god of capitalism, pretty much. Gozag likes it well, actually, Gozag doesn't care about anything that I do. Um, yeah, as you can see there, followers of Gozag do not earn piety. The only way to impress this god is by amassing a fortune, and worshippers may request as much assistance as they can afford. So literally, you gain money from killing things with Gozag, and then Gozag charges you money for doing things. Um, Fortunately, Gozag's worshippers are said to have the touch of gold. Pay to win God. Literally pay to win God, except that it's fortunately a fun pay to win instead of a degenerate pay to win. Yeah, I agree with Lost Soul's assessment there. I think the wide variety of things that you can do in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, depending on your god, like how much a god can change your character, even if it's like the same background as before, is like super appealing. For example, Railbird always plays Human Fire Elementalist of Sif Muna, and I keep saying you should try Human Fire Elementalist of Behumet because Behumet is just so much better than Sif Muna. Um, but I don't think he has tried it yet. I'm looking forward to him going to Behumet, and like I want to hear about that like super bad. Ivan's gods were really funny. Sometimes they will summon you as a follower that's 100 times stronger than you. Other times you get polymorphed into a rabbit or something comical. And do you remain polymorph for the entirety of the game? Also, Ivan doesn't sound like a particularly fair game. It's more like a funny game. Okay, I think I can kill this guy. Yeah, there we go. Took me a while, but I was finally able to kill one of those guys. Ivan is not fair. That is quite unfortunate. I am not really a fan of games that follow like the NetHack school of thought of like let's kill players over like ridiculous, unfair things, and let's make players like spend more time looking at the wiki than actually playing the game. Crawl is not like that, not by any means. Crawl is, as I mentioned before, a game where like the game provides you all the information that you need to win the game. Like for example, this would be a page in a wiki, a spoiler page in a wiki describing an Hydra. Um, but instead of that, the game tells you that if you hit it with a bladed weapon bigger than a short blade, you can chop off an Hydra head and make it grow 2 more heads and also regen a bit. So it's probably not a good idea to swing a bladed weapon at the Hydra. And that would be something that a player that doesn't read this would not know about, but the game gives you the information, and the tutorials themselves are very good at encouraging you to inspect every monster that you see that you don't know about. And you can do that for every monster in the game. So knowledge is not the gatekeeper in this game. X Xenol, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Classical roguelike. This is also a classical roguelike. I assume that you mean traditional. But yeah, I enjoy Crawl a lot. It makes me happy. Mm, hello, hello, X Xenol. Okay, I have to get past this Hydra. It might be an issue. DJ Senpai, thank you for following as well. Yeah, it is a good thing that not many people follow me because I can still have the follow alert. But as soon as I get like 10 people every stream following me, it's gonna go away. Unfortunately, at that point, I won't be able to sustain it any further. But I don't think we're close enough to that point yet. Okay, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. There we go. Yep, that Black Mamba at the start of Lair is the exact thing that I didn't want to see, and that's why I went and did Orc and I did like D13 before doing Lair. It is a fast monster that hits really hard and is poison resistant. So how was I going to kill it? So postponing doing Lair until now was, in my opinion, the correct thing to do solely based on that black mamba that we encountered. And it's like literally the first monster that we saw here. But yeah, everything in Lure is fast and has poison resistance. I hate it. Um, it is fast, it is resistant to poison, it can hit super hard. Like, come on, everything here. Sometimes you have no issues dealing with that kind of monster, but this character like needed to delay it a bit. When it comes to that Hydra, I guess unfortunately we are gonna have to fight it because it's in the first level. Maybe I can shaft it. Yeah, if it comes towards me, I can make it step on this shaft. Like the split tiles ASCII you have going on. Yes, I play console. I play console. I've been playing Crawl since 2011, and even before then, when I played NetHack in console because that was the only way to play NetHack online. Um, so it just stuck to me to play console. Okay. I hope that the Hydra doesn't destroy me. It has a very real chance of destroying me because it hits kind of hard, a lot of attacks per turn. But Osokubu's armor and Frozen Ramparts kind of carried me there. Yeah. Okay. This didn't start as a mage. It's just that I found a really good spellbook at the very start of the game, pretty much, and I just decided to go for it. A spellbook with some of my favorite spells in the game, I have to say. I have Poisonous Vapors and Ignite Poison. And then later on, I found Frozen Ramparts, and then I bought Osokubu's autobiography. And now we're training for Refrigeration, which is an endgame spell. Like I just got it, might as well devote some resources towards it. Do you think playing console forces you to read every message? Maybe. I mean, depends, I guess. I feel like I have already gotten enough experience in the game to know when things are dangerous solely looking at like the part of the console that you're seeing. Without like really looking at a lot of messages, sometimes things get a bit more complicated, and I like take my time to closely analyze the situation. Um, but no, I don't think playing console forces me to read every message. I think it is similar to like having just a lot of experience with tiles and just like being able to tell at a glance what's going on by looking at the tiles of the monsters because they get like their little indicators. But yeah, that's a whole bunch of other experience that I don't particularly care too much to learn. And so that's why I play console despite playing in tiles that one time. Yeah, I have to say that that tiles stream was fun. I had a fun time for the first around 7 hours. I don't think I like to do marathon streams a lot because they just like take too long. And I think it's important to play as much as you feel like you're enjoying it. Like if you're no longer enjoying it, maybe just take a break for a couple of hours or maybe even a day or two. um, but yeah, forcing yourself to play is how you get burnt out on crawl, and that is why I only play crawl when I am on stream. I feel like if I play off stream, I just like eat into my desire to play crawl, and then when the time comes to stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I have to play crawl again, even though I only just played crawl like earlier today or something like that. No, that's why I like ration my crawl by only playing on stream. You like tiles because you can see what weapons monsters are wielding at a glance. See, that is not that impactful, believe it or not. It only really matters when a monster has a polearm because a monster with a polearm functions in a different way than a monster without a polearm because it can just hit you from afar. It seems that we got Snake. That is most unfortunate. Mm, but but yeah, whenever you fight a monster with a polearm, the game tells you that the monster has a polearm. So, like in console, you get a little indicator that the monster has a polearm, which is, in my opinion, a pretty good thing. And it's something that I missed so much when I played the Tiles stream. I wanted that on the Tiles like version of the game, and it was not there, and it was like I was missing it so much. Hmm. I don't think I care about those things. Yeah, I don't think I care. I could get Noxious Bog, I guess. Noxious Bog is pretty good. You can also discern the different kinds of plants. You can also do it in console, like this is a bush, this is a fungus, and this is a plant. Yeah, there we go. And of course, the dangerous plants, like the ones that can actually attack you, they have a different tile, I think, except for Oklov plants. But I want Oklov plants to be like that. Okay, so I think I'm gonna train some dodging because I have like 30 evasion or 30 dexterity, so my dodging will be pretty crazy because of that 30 dexterity. I don't usually have that much dexterity, but this character just has gotten a lot of dexterity loot, so why not? Wait a second. Yeah, Frozen Ramparts is amazing for fighting in a hole, and yeah, it complements Osokubu's armor perfectly because Osokubu's armor forces you to not move, and Frozen Ramparts also forces you to not move, so you get more benefit from not moving. All right, and it really, like, you can tell right away that the fights become so much easier because I don't take damage, because my damage is too good when I have the two of those things on. And like, if monsters were to hit me because of Osokubu's armor, the monsters don't deal that much damage. Ooh, should I go and buy that? I should. I should. It's a pretty crazy good thing. Normally, I wouldn't be able to afford that, but Gozag is kind of like my sugar supporter. I guess that's a way to put it. Probably should go downstairs. Yeah, I was okay with fighting just the Hydra, even at melee range, but the Hydra with any kind of support is like a no-no. Okay. There we go. Pretty good. You bite the seven-headed Hydra. I haven't mentioned this, but like species in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup are way more different than you would think. Like for example, as a Vine Stalker, I have these things. Those blue things are just like what I am as a Vine Stalker. In addition to other things that the game doesn't show you, like for example, Vine Stalkers have way less HP than a human, and they also have way more willpower than a human. Um, so yeah, the conjunction of all of those things makes Stalker into a very different experience with very different strengths and weaknesses from a human or from a minotaur or from an ogre or from like a hill orc. There's so many species and they're like very different between them. I feel like the recent species that have been introduced into the game, like for example, Jin is awesome. Palentonga is also pretty sweet. I like Palentonga a lot, but it is easy, so that's why I don't usually play a lot of them. Mm. Yeah, whenever I fire up a Palentonga, I usually win it. Okay, let's go get that. Oh, okay, that we're fine here. I'm just gonna cure this guy to be able to walk away. There we go. Ignite poison. Easy peasy. A gargoyle. Okay. I think I can maybe kill the gargoyle. But I'd rather not play around with it. Okay, I think I might be okay. Oh, it had a potion of invisibility. Nasty centaur. Also goes armor and then just staff. There we go. Yeah, I figured that if I was able to tank an Hydra, I should be able to also tank a two-headed ogre. Getting into a bit of an issue going back to work because of all these nasty monsters. Okay. Oh, where is the entrance to work? Oh, it's right there, I guess. Oh, that's a bit of my bad, but at least I can kill this Hydra. Okay. Hydras are slowed by cold attacks. So Frozen Ramparts is a cold attack, and it's almost guaranteed to slow the Hydra, which makes the fight way, way easier for you. Like it greatly favors you. Okay, buy my Quick Blade. That is a pretty good weapon for a Bind Stalker. You get a lot of attacks with a Quick Blade. In fact, the minimum delay for a Quick Blade is 8. So I'm just gonna train it to minimum delay before doing anything else. 8. Okay. Now let's go back to Lair. And if I was to encounter like a gargoyle now, I think I would maybe be able to tab it. There's no guarantee because gargoyles have a bunch of armor class, so it is kind of annoying. Seems like Sifmuna would be interesting interaction with Mindstalker's Spirit Shield and channeling magic from Sifmuna. Yeah, it's like having Guardian Spirits. You remember one of those Human Fire Elementalist runs that I had a couple of weeks ago, I guess at this point? I was doing that with Sifmuna as a Human Fire Elementalist. But yeah, Mindstalker can definitely do that with Sifmuna. But I think the rest of the things that Sifmuna offers are not things that I particularly care about with Mindstalker. And if I want healing, I guess Ellie has better healing. Well, arguably. Um, Gozag probably has better healing. Maklev also has better healing. I'm pretty sure Trog's hand works. In fact, I am sure 100% that Trog's hand works. So Trog also would be a decent thing. And that is not even taking into account that Gozag not only can offer you potions of heal wounds, which you can take to heal, but also can offer you potions of mana, so you can heal your mana as well. Yeah, Guardian Spirit is not something that you can use on every character. In fact, it is something that I prefer not to use on most characters, but I felt like it was the correct thing to get with that character. Man, look at that. It was just a staff on an 8-headed Hydra. Surprising that I have so much stealth with an item that reduces the stealth and not having trained stealth at all through this game. I have 4.8 stealth, but that's just what you start with as a brigand. Okie dokie. So 8 short blades. I don't think we're gonna be going higher on short blades with this character. I'm just gonna go back to my dodging. And I have such little dodging, and yet I have 17 evasion. It's just gonna get better and better. With 33 dexterity, where did Oh, I guess I got it from the quick blade. No, I don't care about that. Yep. I saw metabolic inglaciation. I firmly believe that if metabolic inglaciation was single school, it would be so much better. But Ice Magic is overloaded with crazy good spells. So having another Ice Magic single school spell that is amazing would probably be too much. Like just take a look at my spell list. I have Frozen Ramparts, also Succubus Armor and Fridge. Three experience, well, level 3 and level 7 spells, sure. So there's like something missing in the middle, like a level 4 or a level 5 or a level 6 spell. Um, but I still think that that is too powerful as it is. Yeah, Ice Magic is just crazy. Hmm. Staff of Conjurations. We're gonna leave it on the floor. I don't think we're using any conjurations. Yeah, not today. I guess I could map for the volcano, but I'm not going to. Distant. Okay, I think I might be getting closer. I'm gonna stop auto traveling, however. Might as well just manually map to try to find that. I don't want to step on that alarm trap. Would pretty much guarantee that I don't find the volcano because it would force me into a pretty long fight, and then I would have to probably rest it off, and yeah, it just wouldn't be good. Okay, a bunch of death yaks. I have immolation, but I don't have fire resistance, so I don't think I can use it. But yeah, immolation, if I had even one pip of fire resistance with this amount of armor class, it would be a really, really good thing. Yeah, 27 armor class, it's a lot. The fact that I got protection in this quick blade, I'm not too thrilled by it by any means, but it is definitely very impactful at these early stages of the game. Like no character, no normal character that you would be playing at this point in the game would have that much armor class. Um, Not even with something like plate or something. Um, Maybe if you got super lucky and you got like um, crazy body armor, maybe like that. Oh, very distant. So I'm getting farther away. Where was it? I'm gonna go into the area that I have not explored yet. Is this game linear in progression, or do you kind of shuffle around different zones? Well, usual progression is doing dungeon until you don't feel comfortable with dungeon, and then you go do lair, right? Which is what I'm currently doing. And then after doing lair, you go do more dungeon until you don't feel comfortable with it, and then you go do like orc, mm, and so on and so on and so on. Where is that? Where is I am going to give up on read magic mapping. I don't want to, however. I don't want to. Because it's only a volcano. Where is that? Poncho, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
What?
Hey, you triggered the new alert raid. It's like the third time that I've seen it since I set it up. Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for triggering the raid alert. You're not sure what lair or orc is, it's side zones. Yeah, if you press Ctrl O, it gives you this dungeon overview and level annotations. Um, so as you can see, I have done 13, well, I have seen 13 out of 15 levels in the dungeon. I have entered the temple. I have done 4 out of 6 of lair. And I have a bunch of levels that I haven't visited and that I do not know about with this character. I know that they exist, but I just haven't seen them. And there's more that I don't even have here because I haven't entered the levels where the entrances could possibly generate. But I did Orc, the entirety of Orc, and we have Orc 2 out of 2. So yeah, um, I think you get funny things if you search for them like with this. Let's say, describe me the Elven halls. Are a home to the deep elves. A race that turned their backs on the sun long ago. Their halls are filled with riches, but a deadly welcome awaits any would-be robbers. In their long seclusion, the Deepos have perfected dark sorceries and of a power the orcs can only dream of. So yeah, I guess that's a pretty good way for the game to tell you, hey, these guys are pretty crazy, and they're like exponentially more powerful than the orcs that you just killed. So maybe don't go in. But the game doesn't prevent you from going in straight away. There's some parts of the game where you are prevented from doing that indeed, but it's not there for Elf. So yeah, you can just explore or inspect the entrances, and you should be able to tell. And I cannot believe it. Like I've explored the entirety of the level pretty much. Where is the entrance to the volcano? Is the volcano real? The walls and floor vibrate strangely for a moment. I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna be like, how did I not see that? Pretty sure. Yeah, whenever the walls and floor vibrate strangely, it means that you missed it. But where was it? There's no place where it would obviously be. Maybe it was over here. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. It was on the one corner of the level that I didn't explore without to explore. Like 3 or 4 pixels of level that I just didn't get to see. That's unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. But it's fine. Not all of those portal branches generate in every game. Sometimes there's games where none generate at all. So losing them, it's not that much of a pain. Yeah, what Railbird said, you can also kind of brute force it like that, but you can also read the descriptions for the branches if you don't want to just straight up ask a more experienced player, um, because you can do that, but you don't have to do that, and you also don't have to just go in blindly because the game offers you the knowledge that you need to make an informed decision. Mm, But yeah, I leave it up to you how you want to play. As for myself, when I was a new player, I was part of the community pretty much from day one because I was a part of the NetHack community before jumping into Crawl, and so I just went for jumping into the IRC for Crawl and have a good time. Um, Talking to people, and I remember experienced players just like expectating my game and being like pretty cool, pretty patient as well. So I feel like it's only fair for me to pay it back by streaming and by explaining my thought process while I play the game. Okay, yeah, I better get rid of the Hornet immediately because the Hornet is pretty bad. It can paralyze you, and if you get paralyzed within the vicinity of the Hornet and any one other monster, chances are good that you're gonna be pretty dead. So don't get paralyzed if you can avoid it. Um, if you don't know what a monster does, like I cannot stress it enough, this is probably one of the most important things that you need to know in order to play this game. If you don't know what a monster does, inspect it because the inspecting a monster doesn't cost you anything. It's just like literally targeting the monster and pressing B, and it just like explains it. It even explains you. Well, it doesn't explain you the floor, but it's just like the floor. What do you need to know about the floor? But like Gore Moccasin tells you all of that, right? Do that for every monster that you're not remotely sure. I've been playing for almost 11 years at this point, and I still do it for monsters, mostly for educational purposes when it comes to the stream, but also it's always good to refresh your knowledge about one thing or another. Also, sometimes monsters change, so it is a good thing to know about. Mm. So we got a crude buckler. It could maybe be better than what I currently have, but I would be surprised if it was, because my current buckler is pretty excellent. Okie dokie. Level up. I think I maybe want to get more intelligence. I'm gonna get more intelligence. Yeah, intelligence helps with casting spells, and considering that I already have refrigeration in my spell set, I think it's the correct thing to do to just go for it. Instead of hoping that the floor gives me something better to win the game with. Like refrigeration plus being a bind stalker is already a good enough combination to win the game because refrigeration will not deal with orbs of fire that well. They resist cold, but bind stalker bite has anti-magic, and anti-magic will prevent them from doing any truly nasty things to you, like malmutating you or just straight up killing you with their very powerful fire attacks. Are you not gonna walk towards me, Mr. Guardian Serpent? Come on, get over here. Okay, thank you. Sometimes monsters take a while to walk towards you if you set up like frozen ramparts or clouds of fire or things of that kind. Mm. I'm not too much of a fan of this ending because of these guardian serpents. Yeah, I kind of despise them. They are super dangerous. They can make you surrounded with enemies from outside your line of sight. So if you see a guardian serpent, just be aware that they can do that and that it would probably be a good idea to not let them do that at all. Okie dokie. We're about to train dodging to 10. Fading Falchion. I kind of want to inspect that as well. By the way, the buckler that I picked up is pretty good in my opinion. Resistance to corrosion, poison resistance to strength. I lose 3 slaying and 7 dexterity, but I also lose the weakness to fire, so not a terrible buckler to have. I guess a rampaging could be neat. I wonder if you can stab with rampaging. Let me inspect. Oh, no, never mind. It bestows 1 free step when moving towards enemies. I don't know. That doesn't tell me if it let me staff. If it lets me staff. Hmm. Anyway, I think maybe it is the correct thing for me to do to just continue training ice magic. Um, so I can get refrigeration, and then refrigeration literally wins me the game. Refrigeration is so powerful. The earlier I can get it, the better. If I can get it before having to do a lure branch, is gonna be super sweet because it will allow me to do elf before doing lure branches. Lure branches can be pretty difficult. Um, Elf can also be pretty deadly, but having a spell that just hits everything on the screen when everything on the screen is so fragile is a pretty good thing in general. Okay, I guess it's time for me to go back to D. There's that D11. I guess I'll have to face my fears and go do D11. Okay, get over here, Mr. Gargoyle. Ignite, or Osokubu's armor rather. Wait for the Gargoyle. Ramparts. And now Ramparts ignores armor class and evasion. It's like that's the trend with ice magic. It ignores defenses. It may not deal as much damage, but it just ignores armor class, evasion, and shield, and that's what makes it truly powerful. You don't want to become a stealthy stabber since Vine Stalkers have increased aptitudes in stealth? Not one bit. Nope, 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 that wouldn't be me. I don't like stealth in general because I don't like relying on the RNG to deal all my damage. Like if I'm playing a stealthy character, or rather a character that can staff, because I just straight up wouldn't play a stealthy character, it needs to be a character that has a way to guarantee stabs without relying on stealth. Um, so, for example, a worshipper of Uskayo has an ability at 3 pips of piety that paralyzes everything on the screen for a couple of turns, scaling with invocations. At 27 invocations is something absolutely absurd, like 7 turns of paralysis, like really, really powerful. And that's how I would staff people in this game. That is by just like going Uskoyo and waiting for them to be vulnerable to a guaranteed staff. Oh, another robe of resistance? Wow, those are like super rare, and that's like the second one that I have this game. The first one I am already using, and Josephine has the second one. Not that it particularly matters, however, because they don't stack. They are your body armor, so they don't really do much in multiples. It's just that I am slightly surprised by their existence in this game at all. As I mentioned before, sometimes there's games where there's zero of them. Josephine, being a human, is vulnerable to poison, and she also doesn't have resistance to cold, so very easy for my character to kill her. Rapier of Holy Wrath. I think I'm gonna pick it up. I might give it some use against some skeletal warriors or something. And now the time to fight the higher dragon has arrived. I'm going to put on the buckler that I got earlier because that gives me fire resistance, removing the weakness to fire from the other buckler. And now I feel like maybe I can get something done against this fire dragon. That is, of course, if it doesn't blast me with fire too much. I'm just gonna wait here. 2 misses, 3 misses. Okay, 3 misses and a hit. That's reasonable. Okay, so we're gonna tap the fire dragon. There we go. We just deal so much damage with the bite. Um, we want to use a very fast weapon, being a Vine Stalker, because every attack you have a chance to bite, being a Vine Stalker, and Quick Blades just do a lot of attacks. Actually, 10 attacks every 3 turns. It is pretty crazy. Of course, they deal trash damage, but that just makes them scale super hard with certain things, and really poorly with other things. I think there's an unseen horror here. Yeah, there's definitely an unseen horror. But the only tile where it could be where it can hit me it's here because it is only a melee monster. Let me show you. Unseen horror. A creature rarely seen by anyone. Those few who have seen one would rather they hadn't. I don't know. I liked it. In fact, I liked it so much that I have it as a follower emote. It moves erratically, but yeah, it can hit pretty hard, and I remember those guys killing me a lot when I was a new player. Like I hated Unseen Horror so much. Even now, like they can be pretty dangerous, depending on where you find them. But with this character, I'm not particularly concerned over Unseen Horrors. Yeah, this character is already powerful enough to deal with them. I think there's more than. Yeah, I think there's like at least 2 more. Hmm. Okay. We're gonna do this, then ramparts. And yeah, I am liking this character quite a bit after we got past the very rocky start. Yeah, because at the start of the game we just got hit super hard. That's the nature of the Vine Stalker. You're gonna get hit really hard by pretty much the entirety of the game because you have no HP to do something else. But now that we have gotten established, we are kinda just like stomping the game. But yeah, I saw Rootbeer earlier say good luck with the Binestalker. Nah, we don't. Well, we kinda got lucky already, having gotten also Kubo's refrigeration. Like that's all that I need for this character to become a winner. Yeah, now it's only a matter of getting it castable. 54% chance to miscast. We're kind of getting there. Of course, from now on, every level up is gonna go towards intelligence. Um, okay, D13. We can kill this troll very easily. We can kill these 2 guys very easily. Armor, ramparts. I'm fine with fighting all of these things at the same time because there's only one thing that can hurt me, which is this troll, and the troll is kind of like irrelevant. And then, I can just hide behind it and poison everyone, and then just press the ignite poison button, and everything dies. I am marked, however. I think it would maybe not be a terrible idea for me to wait it out. Nice combo there. Okay. I should have that and this. And I should poison you all. Alrighty. We're getting some very spicy monsters. Deep Elf Knights, things that normally don't spawn in D, or rather spawn in D very rarely. The Pyromancer as well is a very rare D spawn. Someone gifted you a Moonfire sub after you briefly watch him play Crawl. Someone also gifted me a Moonfire sub. But I was like active in the chat and everything. Like I was just talking to people. I am very enthusiastic when it comes to Crawl. So whenever people ask things in chats, I always answer. I don't care about any of those things. But it's okay because we have already gotten like a million good shops. Um, we have gotten not only a million good shops, but we have also bought a million good items from those million good shops, like that ring of 6 intelligence, 6 dexterity, the quick blade, the buckler, the robe of resistance. Like I think this character has already spent like 6,000 gold or something. Well, maybe that's like a bit of an overstatement, but maybe like 3,000 gold this character already spent. I wouldn't be surprised if it was indeed somewhere around that number. Wow, this character feels so powerful already. Like I don't know, I don't get it. I don't understand how this character feels so strong, but it most certainly is that strong. I should probably not daff without Osokubu's armor, however. Alright. Yeah, overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, as that guy from Darkest Dungeon says. That is a very true quote. It applies to so many things. Even for a game as permissive and easy as Darkest Dungeon, it applies. Mm, okay, we have a Manticore. Now we don't have a Manticore. So yeah, the pretty much the modus operandi of this character is gonna be to poison things whenever they can be poisoned, because poisonous vapors allows me to do that. Also, I don't have it. Okay, I was thinking maybe I have Toxic Radiance in one of those shops, but no, I do not have it. Okay, I'm gonna put on Mana Regen, maybe. I'm gonna think about it. Let's see my Mana Regen. Okay, that seems pretty good to me. I'm gonna roll around with that for a moment. So D14. Yeah. Why am I thinking? Just go downstairs. Okay, a bunch of books. I'll stop if I see anything that I'm interested in. Well, I am kind of interested in Orb of Destruction, but I don't think I'm gonna need it with this character. What I really want is Toxic Radiance. That's the one spell that I'm looking for with this character. I already have Ignite Poison and Poisonous Vapors. Toxic Radiance is like the one spell that I need to round out my spell set. Toxic Radiance will kill a lot of things, and whatever Toxic Radiance doesn't kill will most likely die to refrigeration, and whatever doesn't die to those two things will almost certainly die to melee. And if I cannot kill them with all of that, I should probably not be fighting them in the first place. The Death Knight has a polearm, so the Death Knight will never walk towards me. That is kind of annoying. Hmm. I am a bit excited for refrigeration. Like we're so close to getting it castable. Meph. Okay, Meph transforms into fire if I use Ignite Poison. The Death Knight kind of was just walked away after getting confused. He was probably like, nah, I'm not doing this. Or did he die? Did I kill the Death Knight? Let's take a look. Maybe I did kill the Hell Knight, the Death Knight, or something really weird happened. Oh yeah, you killed the Death Knight. Okay, there we go. I thought that the Death Knight had walked outside of the screen, but it didn't seem to be the case. Jeweled plate armor. Let's take a look at that. That might be a really good thing for my character. Ah, it's so decent. Oh, it's so good. Oh, this hurts. Oh man, the intelligence -3. Like, believe it or not, it's the intelligence -3 that's preventing me from just like slapping this on because it is obviously insanely good. I am going to pick it up and wear it. I'm gonna continue training ice magic. I guess I lose poisonous vapors for a bit. I can train it more. I don't lose my other spells because my other spells are ice magic. Yeah, I have a lot of synergy from being able to poison things and then ignite them, and if they don't die to that, I can always fridge them. Or like, I guess at this point we can what is it called? Frozen ramparts. Yeah, we can do that. I think I'm gonna continue training that, and I will eventually go back to wearing the robe of resistance with this character. But for now, 2615. Ooh, weakness to fire is not good. Yeah. Huh. Maybe I wanna go back to the robe. Yeah, I don't want to have weakness to fire, especially not already at this stage of the game. Like, I can kind of get away with it in the very early parts of the game, but we're gonna start seeing monsters that actually hurt you with fire damage. There it is, a firecraft. Um, so fortunately, those guys are weak to fire, or weak to poison rather, so they die super fast to it. Okay, yeah. I think these defenses are slightly better than what I would have with the heavily enchanted plate. Um, but yeah, if I had found that plate first, and then I would have found the um, the book that made me want to be a spellcaster, I would have just like gone for the plate and completely ignored the book. And maybe I should do the opposite because I found the book first and then the plate. But don't be misled. Like, this is some very high quality plate armor. It is like already your end game armor. Like, it is very hard to upgrade from this because the 2 pips of willpower, invaluable. It is highly enchanted. It has cold resistance, very impactful. If you're using this, if you're using something as heavy as plate, it's very unlikely that you will care about casting. So the intelligence -3 doesn't do anything, and the +4 dexterity is just a teeny tiny buff that you may be interested in. Um, if you want to be dodgy or evasive. Okay, I got marked again. We have been hitting a lot of mark traps with this character. Always important to leave the level if you get marked, because if you don't leave the level, bad things may happen to you. Yep. especially in some levels. Like for example, Bolts 5. If you get marked in Bolts 5, it's like game over if you don't remove it immediately. Because Bolts 5 has such a ridiculously high density of monsters, you will never outlast them in a fight without level 9 spells or something. 0% chance to banish. Alright, I like that. Ooh, it is because I have so much willpower. Yeah, I have two sources of willpower, the cloak and the buckler, and I also am a bind stalker. So bind stalkers get 5 willpower per level. Let's see. 5 times 16 equals 80. All right, so I have 160 willpower. I have so much willpower that at some point, like right now, I think I could even take off a source of willpower and I would be okay, but I don't have any reason to replace it. It's just something to keep in mind in case I run into a better shield or something. Yeah, and I do have a shield that is within contention, but I like the Slay a lot more. Slay is so good with a quick blade and in general so good with a Bind Stalker because the bite also gets Slay. So whenever you attack with a quick blade, you deal the quick blade damage and you also deal the Slay and you also deal the bite damage and you also deal the Slay. So it's just like a little bit of slaying goes a very long way with something like a Bind Stalker. 11% chance to miscast Fridge. It's looking really, really juicy. We're gonna do it. Elf before? No, we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. Okay, so I lack a couple of things that I would need in order for me to be able to do Elf before doing a Lair Branch. I don't have fire resistance for the pyromancers. I don't have resistance to electricity for the Zephyrmancers. I do have willpower, and I do have a way to kill multiple elves really fast. But without the first two things, I'm not too thrilled to go in. A lot of skill to overcome the encumbrance from the plate. Yeah, I would have to get like I think it's just a good idea to get a lot of armor skill if you're gonna be wearing plates because armor skill increases your armor class based on the base defense that your armor class provides you or that your armor provides you. So with heavier armor, it's gonna be better. Like with a robe, it doesn't do much. It does a teeny tiny bit. It does so little that it's not worth training if you're using a robe, but if you're using anything heavier than leather armor, even a ringmail, it would maybe be a not so terrible idea to get some armor skill. And then if you're going heavier, chainmail plate, moss dragon scales, crystal plate, gold scales, like definitely get armor skill. Mm, so, somehow, this character has been going so fast that we've already done the entirety of the dungeon, the entirety of Lair, and the entirety of Orc. So the next step on this character's list is to do a Lair branch. So quite unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go ahead and do Snake, I think, because I'm not like Omni resistant to be able to do um, Swamp. I think Swamp challenges me in too many different ways at the moment, so I shouldn't do it. Um, so we're gonna put this on instead of the Ring of Mana. We're gonna lose 9 mana, unfortunately. That also means 9 HP. But we gain the somewhat important poison resistance for this place where literally everyone has poison. Yes, poison or refrigeration. I think we can tap down. But yeah, refrigeration is a very powerful spell, as I mentioned before. It hits everything on the screen, doesn't check armor class, doesn't check evasion, doesn't check shield. It only checks cold resistance. So if the monsters don't have cold resistance, they just explode horribly. Um, and you can like repeatedly cast it. It also gives you a debuff because it is very powerful. To compensate, the debuff is that you cannot drink potions for a couple of turns after you cast it, but I don't think I have any issues with that. This place has a lot of salamanders as well. Salamanders have weakness to cold, so I can just destroy them very quickly with refrigeration. And yeah, ooh, this is gonna be so good. I am already like so excited for this character. What did we get from that? Passage of Galubria and Jaras. Still no Toxic Radiance, which is what I really want to see. I have a couple of very nice spells that I could see myself using on a different character, but no, this character doesn't care about them. It only cares about finding Toxic Radiance because I already have Refrigeration. More shops. Ha, the Robe of Burning Fun. I quite enjoy the name of that robe. That's like the robe that the Noita main character is wearing, the Robe of Burning Fun. Ooh, slaying. I kinda am interested in that. Also, Amulet of Regen. You really like Passage of Galubria? Yeah, I'm not interested. It is really like I've given it a try. I think it's rather powerful, but I always forget that I have it in the first place. So I'm not gonna learn it. It's also not trivial to use because it's level 4 translocations. So I would have to get like 8, maybe even 10 translocations, and I think I am better off just going full on offensive. That's kind of my style. Um, at least when it comes to spells. Mm, so we have an Amulet of Regen as well. I could get that and lose mana regen. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Goodbye, mana regen. And now we regen for 1.8 HP per turn. Not bad. I could also buy the Ring of Slaying. And of course, as I mentioned, Slaying is like super good. Wait a second. What if I do this? And then that allows me to take that off and put this on. Aha. Okay, with that, there's one thing that I'm lacking, and that's resistance to electricity. As soon as I get that, I'm gonna go do elf. Um, yeah, this is looking pretty good. I lose some evasion, but only a teeny tiny bit. Well, actually, somewhat of, some evasion, some evasion. Well, that's my resistance to electricity. I could go do elf now if I bought that, but then I don't think I would be able to cast refrigeration. But I could use wizardry instead of slaying for elf. It's a lot of money. I'm gonna do snake. If I see myself like running into trouble in snake, I'm gonna go do elf. I'm gonna go buy those things and go do elf. But we just found a random Nagaraja and like pretty much destroyed it. So I'm not too worried about snake. All right. That Shock Serpent, really dangerous. Once you get into the mid game, you just really start seeing monsters that deal crazy amounts of electricity damage, and that Shock Serpent would be one of those. But of course, even those Shock Serpents don't hold a candle to Zephyrmancers. What is that? Is this like a... Oh, it's only an Amulet of Mana Regen. I feel scammed. Yeah, I saw that there was like a nice bolt right there, and I thought maybe it's like a fancy on Randart amulet bolt, but no, it's only an amulet of mana regen. So disappointing. Okay, there we go. I should drop that mana regen. It got auto picked up um, by the game, and I do not want it anymore. So we're gonna drop it. I have 2 scrolls of Identify in my inventory. I think it's worth it to use them. Yeah, just take a look at how much damage Refrigeration does. We do have some miscasts at 10%, but I think it's okay to miscast Refrigeration every now and then. Okay, 16 Ice Magic. Now, what happens if I go to 16 spell casting? Other than gaining spell levels and mana, I guess. I think at 16 spellcasting I would be able to cast Fridge very easily. Gonna quiver it even because in this place Poisonous Vapors doesn't really do anything. There's very few monsters that you can use that against in this place. Alrighty, perfect. Kind of mana intensive, but very, very powerful indeed. Okay, yep. Refrigeration is a very powerful tool that you can have to win the game. So no wonder this character is doing so well. Okay, I got a bit nervous with that shock serpent. They just deal so much damage out of nowhere. Another Nagaraja. Okay, this time it woke up. Okie dokie. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Somehow I'm so stealthy that monsters don't wake up. Like I really don't get it. Um, I have not put any points of experience into stealth. Like the 4.8 that I have right there is just what I started the game with. You think my Ice Magic School will have to be at 18 and Armor to 15 to have a low enough failure rate on Fridge if you decide to wear that random ringmail? Did you use a calculator for that? If you did, can you run the calculation with Wizardry? Because I have access to a Ring of Wizardry, and if I was to use that combination, I would use it with a Ring of Wizardry, and I wouldn't be surprised if I just straight up was able to use it right now with Wizardry. Okay, big damage on Mlioglotl. Big damage. Oh yeah, the magic bite there. We got Mlioglotl falters for a moment ×2 right here. So what that means is that the monster tries to cast a spell, but because the monster was affected by anti-magic recently, the monster fails to cast a spell. You didn't use a calculator, just kind of know from your own experience. Yeah, okay. If you did, if you expect that from your own experience, then I expect from my own experience to be able to cast that with wizardry. Maybe I would need a teeny tiny bit of armor, but maybe not too much because I have so much strength. I have more strength than intelligence somehow. Wow, the damage this character is dealing to everything here is so unreal. And I only have 4 slaying, and things are still dying like 2 actions. Well, it's not 2 actions, but it kind of feels like 2 actions. Like, I don't understand it. It's funny because what was it? It was on Tuesday, right? That I finished the demigod. I said that the demigod felt like the worst character with 47 armor class that I had ever played. And this is very much the opposite of that. Like it has 12, 22, 10 defenses, and it feels so much more powerful than the demigod. Oh, Azrael, it would be a shame if someone had refrigeration to 3-shot you. Yeah, goodbye. Notice Azrael killed Azrael 4 turns. Sweet. Yep. Azrael is very dangerous. Don't be misled. It's just that Azrael has a fatal weakness to cold, and I happen to be able to exploit it. And we just got a bazaar, and I am a Gozag worshipper. And it's like a stable bazaar. You can get on stable bazaars that will eventually like disappear forever. This is not one of those. It's just like it will remain there forever. Hmm. They will wait for you. That funny thing that you get that. So whenever they won't wait for you, you get a flickering gateway to a bazaar. This is not flickering, so they will wait for you, but once you get a chance to browse their inventory, the merchants will depart in search for other customers. So we can just wait a bit until we have 5,000 gold or so, and then go into the bazaar. The character is pretty good as it is right now. I don't feel like I need any power spikes. Certainly not with refrigeration. Ooh, we saw Bosnia. Yeah, Bosnia is like a no-no. We ain't doing that. You made killing guys who look trivial. Yeah, I didn't even comment on it, but yeah, it's just the power of refrigeration. It is that powerful of a spell to have. It greatly changes the game in your favor. As long as you don't have to worry about the weakness to, or like the inability to drink potions, then you should be okay. Now that I think about it, refrigeration, if refrigeration needs to be nerfed, like I feel like I'm always an advocate for nerfing things in a way that just doesn't straight up make them weaker. I would like to see refrigeration maybe if it's really necessary, like give you weakness to cold. I feel like that would be more interesting than what it actually is right now. Um, what it is right now is very powerful still. Don't misunderstand me, but I don't know. Just a random thought. Okay, so Bashnia, around 160 HP. She looks extremely dangerous, and the game is not lying. She is extremely dangerous, and she will shoot you at melee range because she's a master archer, and that's what they do. So she hits really hard. Barding of Fire Resistance. I'm gonna drink a. I could drink Cirque here. I think Cirque is not terrible. Maybe set up ramparts before circing. Cirque Rage. Looking pretty good. There we go. Yeah, I decided to Cirque because Bashnia is a very high damage objective at this point in the game. Like, she can just destroy you in like 2 attacks if you get unlucky. With this amount of HP, she can certainly do that to me. Like, when I auto-explored into her band earlier, like, I almost died in like 2 actions. And I guess that goes to show that even if this character is strong, is still a pretty fragile character. Hopefully that will change in the future, but for now it is indeed what I would call fragile. But with proper tactics, you can definitely get away with doing things like what I'm doing right now. You have very good willpower, which negated Isul's sleep. That's why I didn't even worry about Isul, because I just have too much willpower. And talking about too much willpower, Luis, banishment 0%. So yeah, Louise will send you to the abyss if you encounter her with no willpower. You need to keep that in mind. It will happen. It's not like, oh yeah, 30% chance. It's not gonna happen. No, no, no. Don't think like that because thinking like that gets you killed in this game. You need to be like, oh, it could hit the 7% chance to paralyze me and then I died. Like, you always need to play around the situations that are like the worst in this game in order to like truly become better at it. Mm. Luis is not gonna be too much of a threat for my character, except for the lightning bolt. Lightning bolt is pretty bad, but yeah, probably should have gone for poisonous vapors, ignite poison instead of what I ended up going for. Mm, okay, Luis is extremely poisoned, almost dead. She should die any second now. I'm just gonna finish it off with Ice Blast, however. Oh, ha! The Ice Blast engulfs Louise but does no damage. Okay, alrighty. And she has a crazy weapon. This is a top tier one-hander. Like you get it and that's your endgame weapon. An Evening Star of Protection. You can rebrand it, so protection scales the more the game progresses, and it just doesn't, or it scales very poorly, I should say, the more the game progresses, and it stops being so amazing. Hmm. We auto-traveled into getting multi-sapped by a Shock Serpent. We took 42 damage. Well, I guess that was more than 42 damage. It was more like More around 50 something because we have to keep in mind that my HP and my mana are like intertwined. So I take damage and it splits between the two of them. Mm, that's not good. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Normally, I would like to have some evocations to be able to deal with that. I think I'm gonna train this to 15 instead of 16. I need to start training other things, namely evocations and maybe armor, a bit of armor as well, as soon as I can. Um, hmm, I'm not liking this one bit. Yeah, it's like the game knows that I like resistance to electricity. This wouldn't be so messed up if I didn't just lose my half of my HP in a single action. Yeah, that's not good. Potion petition, maybe resistance. Resistance, might, and haste. I think saving your life is, or saving your life for 720 gold is a very small price to pay. Boop. Okay. There we go. As easy as that. It was just 2 casts of poisonous vapors, 1 cast of ignite poison, and that was all that I needed to do in order to kill that truck serpent. But I didn't have 3 turns. There was no guarantee that I would have 3 turns to do that. Okay, hold on. Let me acquire all of that money because I can. Roxanne always gets a book with statue form. Um, I wonder if that's considered spoilery, but you would expect an Earth elementalist who turned herself into a statue to have failed to cast a statue form. But as you can see, she is clutching a book. So I get like the whole point of Roxanne is giving you statue form, kind of, if you want to fight her. She's super dangerous. She's really hard to kill too, because high armor class, high HP, and really, really good damage. But if you need it, you can definitely take advantage of her existence and get statue form. Fight her, not with this character. This character has nothing that I can use to kill her. I would suicide if I tried to fight her. Refrigeration wouldn't do anything. Roxanne, I think, has 2 pips of cold resistance. Let's see, where is she? Very resistant to fire and cold. Plus 182 HP. No. Just bite her to death. She has 20 armor class and I'm using a quick blade. It would be extremely difficult for me to bypass her armor class in the first place. Roxanne is a pretty good example of a monster that I should not fight. And I should be very grateful that Roxanne is immobile because if she moved, this character would be in trouble. I guess if she moved, she wouldn't be so tanky. She wouldn't be a statue. She would be more like a human or something. I wish I had more mana to kill those guys, but I do not have that. Roxanne's crystal spears would two-shot me. Yeah, easily two-shot me. And I wouldn't miss. I wouldn't dodge them because, as I always say, evasion is a placebo. Evasion is good, but only when you don't rely on it. If you need to dodge something, you're not gonna dodge it. That's just how it works. Oh, come on. Oh, I have been getting a lot of miscasts of refrigeration. It's funny because now it's at 4%. I don't think I should be getting so many miscasts, but sure. Um, so I trained Ice Magic to 16, and when I stopped training that, it was at 10%, like a 10% chance to miscast Refrigeration. And then I went from 8 spellcasting, or was it 12 spellcasting? I think it was 12 spellcasting to 15, and it went from 10% chance to miscast to 4% chance to miscast. So sometimes it can be kind of impactful to train some spellcasting for some of the higher level spells. Mm, Now we're gonna be training some armor because I did say that there was a pretty serious chance for me to use the ring mail. Avoiding Roxanne. Discretion is a better part of Valor. Yeah, you need to know. It's just how it is in this game. You need to know when you can kill things and when you can't kill them. Like for example, against Bosnia, I know that Bosnia is extremely dangerous, but I know that I can also kill her, and that's why I use Berserk against her from the very start of the fight. Normally people don't have that level of threat assessment when they are playing this game, and instead of berserking immediately, they berserk after they get hit once and they take like 1/3 of their HP as damage, and that is if they are actually paying attention. But with enough experience comes like certain tactics that a new player or like even an intermediate player wouldn't have. Mm. Yeah, there is a minor downside to being a Bind Stalker spellcaster, and that is that you are kind of casting your spells and you're happy, and then you get hit, and now you don't have enough mana to keep casting spells, and that's kind of sad. And this character kind of has that issue, but it also doesn't have, um, or is not that seriously affected by that issue because, well, I have good melee as well. I even have slaying. I like these training dummies. Mannequin used for battle practice. I'm not gonna kill them. Wait, they say that they hit for one. Hmm. It can hit for up to one damage. It's not even attempting to attack. Huh, interesting. Well, I'm gonna leave them alone. Can you not? Okay. That bolt offered some pretty good launchers, but with this character, we don't care about that. We have refrigeration. And by the way, refrigeration is so powerful. Hmm. Okay, 5 refrigerations didn't kill these Naga warriors. Must have gotten um, some very bad rolls against these Naga warriors. Tragic. You've never been hit by those practice dummies. You don't know what they say they can inflict damage. Yeah, it says they can hit for up to 1 damage, so I just was just kind of hoping for it to hit me, just for fun, because 1 damage is not threatening to a character that regens almost 2 HP per turn. Okay. I should refrigeration here. There we go. I'm just gonna walk away because the thing about the denizens of Snake, the ones that are actually snakes, are really fast. The salamanders are neither fast nor slow, but the nagas are really, really slow. So you can outrun them with almost every character. Not with every character, but almost every character for sure. Okay, intelligence. I think after I'm done with this branch, we are most definitely doing elf with this character. Hmm. I wish my main way of killing things wasn't a level 7 spell. It's kind of expensive, especially when you don't have that much spell power, and therefore the damage is kind of questionable. For dice of 12, it is pretty good for everything on the screen, but it is very mana inefficient against 1 or 2 things. And minus Tele is kind of annoying from Nagaraja, definitely. It in fact they used to have like slow or something, or no, it was actually the opposite. They had teleport other. Now they have minus tele to make it so that you have a really hard time running away from them um, if you have to run away from them. Okay, pretty easy ending of Snake But I guess I have refrigeration. That's just how it is. Okay. Oh, the Trident of the Octopus King gives you resistance to electricity. Huh. I didn't know about that. I guess there's also that longsword. It gives you resist. That longsword is a longsword of doing elf. So if I'm gonna buy something, it's gotta be that longsword, right? Oh, I guess I also have staves of air if I need the resistance. But I'm gonna buy the longsword. Should I spend 700 gold? I think I'd rather hoard my gold a bit, and just use a staff of air. I just have to keep in mind that while I'm using the staff of air, I cannot really taff. We kill good old Menkaure here. We ran away from Menkaure early in the game because Menkaure can pretty much one-shot me. So yeah, it was like discretion is the best way, the best part of Valor. That's how the quote goes. Discretion is the better part of Valor. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Mm, you like the Trident of the Octopus King? It is only a Trident. It is cool earlier in the game, especially because it's a Trident of Venom, highly enchanted, so it has all the very nice things that I like on a weapon in the early game. Venom brand, reaching, cheap, highly enchanted, even relevant resistances in the form of the resistance to poison. But at this point in the game, it's not a good weapon anymore. Because it is a trident. If it was a demon trident, it should be a demon trident. Then it would be something that you take to the entirety of the game. Um, but it is not. And unfortunately, that makes it kind of obsolete after a certain point in the game that you get to with relative haste. 2 hours and 33 minutes, and I already have a rune. I feel like we're going kind of fast with this character. So I have my staff. Let's go do elf. Maybe instead of just doing elf immediately, let me. Okay, we're fine here, I guess. Let's put on some rings. I have resistance to corrosion already. I don't know what gives me that. The buckler. The buckler gives me that. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna go back to the other buckler, so I'm just gonna drop it. I'm also gonna drop the poison darts and not pick them up again. Mm, I should turn off armor. Yeah, I have not found any crazy armor like that would really incentivize me towards training armor. Well, no, that's not true. I found the plate. The plate is exactly that. But my experience might be better off spent somewhere else for now. Somewhere cheaper, like evocations. Evocations with 10 evocations, that's gonna be enough for me to do some respectable damage with Condenser Bane, Lightning Rod. That is in case I need to not spend mana for one reason or another. Mm. So I should go back to the Ring of Mana. That's what I should do. Um, and I should also go back to quivering Poisonous Vapors. Okie dokie. Against single targets, Poisonous Vapors, Ignite Poison will be how we kill them. Against many monsters, we are going to be using Refrigeration. And by the way, this is very reminiscent to Roxanne. Take a look at its defenses and its HP. Around 15 HP and Trash Armor class, right? And just keep in mind how hard it's going to be for this character to kill that. Yeah, it was not trivial. Like it took me several turns of melee. I did miss a fair amount. Oh, but most no, actually I didn't miss. I was hitting the monster but dealing no damage. And it had less armor class than Roxanne. So yeah, I just wouldn't be able to kill Roxanne with this character. And I am also not interested in even attempting it. Um, Okay, kind of jank way to kill a water elemental. Sorry, I should probably just cast something else on it or melee it because I can melee it. Normally, I don't have the luxury of meleeing monsters, but with this character, I most definitely do. Peacock, thank you so much for the gift sub. Oh, it landed on Star Polemic.
Financially independently.
Good aim there. Good aim for sure. Oh, I don't have blinking. I guess I'll just kill that guy. I have 1 pip of cold resistance, but I also have a lot of regen, so it was okay. Yeah, thank you so much for the support, Peacock. I greatly appreciate it indeed. Um, it really helps with the stream and continuing the stream. Oh, you have a ring of cold resistance. No wonder. No wonder. I should probably poison you if I cannot refrigerate you. Okay. Yeah. These dancing weapons are so hard to deal with, and that's something that I didn't really take into account when I decided that I wanted to go in here. Yeah, we have issues with them. Legit serious issues. Oh, the sorcerer is real. I'm gonna get damnated and killed if I don't do something about it. Heal wounds, curing, magic, and haste. That's fine. It's kind of expensive, but as I always say, you cannot put a price in your survivability. Yeah, and that is a single battle axe of venom. Like the fact that the things got this bad at all was because I just was unable to kill this thing fast enough. Stalkers are one of your favorite species, but the beginning is super scary. Oh yeah, it was super scary. If you didn't catch the very start of the stream, I recommend you to check it out if you like Stalker, because it was a struggle. And then we found, no, it was a struggle until we found, hmm, when did it stop being a struggle? I actually have no idea. Oh, I think I know. I think I know. We got Osokubu's armor, but it took a while for me to get that. Yeah, when did I get that? It was a while ago. Let's take a look real quick. Okay, I learned it in Orc, so yeah, I did have poison to begin with, right? Poison make the whole getting to the point where I can get Osakubu's armor thing way easier. In fact, it allowed me to do Orc before doing Lair, right? And that's a pretty good thing. Okay, we got rid of everything. The battle axe of Venom turns to gold and falls from the air. That's a new message. Because it used to be that they just fell from the air, and you were waiting for your awesome one-handed weapon, but you only got gold instead. Because that's the downside of Gozag. You won't get dragon scales, you won't get dancing weapons, you won't get anything that needs to come from killing a monster. Like you won't get throw letter either. So if your character really cares about that, maybe you don't want to go Gozag, but Gozag offers you really powerful things in return, so you can kind of get away with not having exactly those things. And worst case scenario, you really need them, you will most likely be able to buy them after enough killing things with Gozag. Loving the Jiva Jiggly Jelly altar. Yeah, me too. I am waiting until I have animated emotes available, but that is going to be 100% my animated emotes. I have a couple of versions on my Discord if you want to check them out and tell me which one you find the most suitable for an animated emote. I guess you can let me know. Mm, okay, let's just go downstairs. Mm. Earth Elementals fit the same criteria of really hard to kill monster that hits really hard. At least an Earth Elemental is very slow, so even if it hits for 40, it is manageable. I'm not using the resistance to electricity. Not a fan of using resistance to electricity on a weapon, especially on a character that actually wants to tap. Okay, hold on. There we go. With slaying, it's not that difficult. And wow, 31 armor class with 31 armor class in Rove. That is crazy. Okay, let's wheel this. Maybe go for ramparts. This is complicated because I need a resistance to not get electrocuted, but I cannot kill this longsword without my quick blade. The more and more I think of it, the more I am inclined to just go by that. Um, Maybe a longsword too. I could use a longsword theoretically. No, I wouldn't be able to use it with that low skill. I think I would be better off just buying armor. Mm. Okay, I think I'm gonna switch to the quick blade and I'm actually gonna tab it and hope that I do not get killed. Alright, that went well. Could have gone way worse. Hmm. There is so many monsters that I'm having issues killing with this character. It's not like issues, but it's more like it's not trivial to kill them. And it is okay when it is not trivial to kill one or two monsters, but when it's pretty much every monster, it's like kind of annoying. What's my calculus when choosing new weapon type? Well, usually you don't switch weapon types. Um, that would be a good reason to switch to polearms, considering that this character found a manual. Um, but I don't think I'm gonna do it with this character because I care more about my magic. Um, so yeah, with quick blades it's like a special case. Quick blades don't take that much skill to get the minimum delay, so it's like a pretty much negligible investment. And so you're better off like maybe training for a different weapon skill if you really need to use a weapon to kill things, unless of course if you have enough slaying. And this character has 4 slaying and is a bind stalker, so quick blade is absolutely the best weapon that this character could want. But you probably shouldn't switch weapon types unless you are going from short blades to something else. That's just my opinion. Um, Very rarely you will find crazy weapons that would like make you seriously consider or just like straight up change indeed, but it needs to be like Rift, Wormbane, Punk, Arga, maybe Spellbinder, and only maybe because Spellbinder is pretty good, but it's not as powerful as the other ones that I've mentioned. Um, Maybe the singing sword as well, and definitely the scepter of torment. Like, yeah, there is like such little weapons like that, but they do exist, and when you see them, you will notice like immediately, like um, you will notice that that is way better than anything else that you have seen so far in the game, and that you probably should go for it. Um, okay, ruined helmets. My current helmet is +0. You read in the log that they're planning to remove riposte from long blades and increase base damage as compensation. That is already in trunk. Base damage 12, base attack delay 1.4. I am hoping that before 0.28 makes it stable, long swords have a gimmick, right? Because as it is right now, they're indeed bladed maces. So actually worse than a mace because they chop off Hydra heads, and only because of that. Okay, what do you have? Oh, you're immune to cold. Okay, have a nice day, sir. Yeah, that's all I have to see. We're not fighting a ghost that is immune to cold. Okay, I was using the ring of mana. I was using the ring of mana to, sorry, to have some mana because mana equals HP, and I'm also using my mana a fair amount with this character. Uh, but I came to the conclusion that it was better to just use Slaying, and that's why I haven't switched back to the Ring of Mana. I'm using Slaying to kill some things, so I need the Slaying pretty much. I'm using Tav to kill things, so I need Slaying. And yeah, that is because I am using a Quick Blade. Without a Quick Blade, maybe I wouldn't need to use the Slaying. Okay, the Hollow Blades holds no value for my character. It is just a place with a million dancing weapons. That's how it is with the Hollow Blades. But this character wouldn't get them. Like, it is funny because I am interested in getting an unbranded Quick Blade, so I can change the brand that I'm currently using. I'm currently using a Quick Blade of Protection, and while it has been serving me well, I would like to get something like Anti-Magic would be really good for Orbs of Fire, but maybe something like Electrocution or maybe even Chaos would be good for a Quick Blade, um, but who knows? Oh, Translucent Rock, of course. Anti-Magic will lower my mana. Ah, yeah, Anti-Magic, in that case, Anti-Magic doesn't really interest me that much. That's a good point, indeed. Okay, Sorcerer, you should die soon. Hmm. It turns out that the Staff of Air enhances the Poisonous Vapors spell. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it was like, where did I get that enhancement from? But it is from Poisonous Vapors or from the Staff of Air. Okay, so trigger the alarm because there's no other way around it, and just like wait it out because we don't want to fight 40 high level, very mad elves at the same time. Okay, please get hit. Oh, I'm hitting it with the Staff of Air. We don't want to do that. 31 armor class, not bad. Yeah, with 31, 20, 10, 22, 10 defenses, this Blade Master doesn't really hold that much of a challenge. Yeah, it is funny because Blade Masters are among the most dangerous monsters that you will encounter here. But this character is oddly well equipped to deal with them. Normally, they are not nearly as easy as this. Alrighty. Annihilator can lightning bolt. Okay. Starting to think about going back to my mana regen. I feel like most fights I end up with full mana, or with full HP, but not full mana. Okay. I still, my best boots are the ones that I'm currently using. Hopefully Elf will have something better for me. Did I miscast Poisonous Vapors? Huh, I did. Okay. Ouch. Okay. That was moderately dangerous because the Demonologist just immediately summoned the Brimstone Fiend. I need my mana regen. Yeah, I have come to the conclusion that I'm gonna use that instead of regular regen. I like regular regen, don't misunderstand me, but I am using mana a lot more than I'm getting hurt. With 98 HP, I should really try not to get hurt a lot. So back to Elf we go. Ouch. That was kinda rude. I mean, I know that I kinda tried to kill you, but that was still kinda rude. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, and it wasn't even that much damage. It was like 56 damage. It could have been way more than that. Those guys hurt. I don't think this character particularly cares about ever carrying attraction or rings of intelligence. I have one ring of intelligence, but it is not like just a normal ring of intelligence. It is a randart that also gives me dexterity. Oh yeah, attraction. I was thinking about what other thing I wanted to drop here, but it was indeed attraction. Okay, careful with these high or going in here, I should say. Very careful because if you are not careful, you might find yourself surrounded by high level elves. You like to use LRD? You think LRD really shines in elf? It would be pretty good here because of that crystal wall. Do you have poison resistance? Come on. Sometimes these elves just happen to not generate, but find pretty crazy loot on the floor and wear them to battle, and sometimes that can really mess you up. At least it's not cold resistance, and at least this Blade Master didn't get the poison resistance. Okay, now I could go for a kite shield. I think it's maybe time for me to graduate from a buckler. Okay, there we go. Slow and steady wins the race when it comes to this accursed place. Two annihilators, one of which probably has poison resistance. Alrighty. Did I not kill the two of them? Oh, one of them survived. Fortunately for me, the one that survived was the one, or yeah, the one that survived wasn't the one with poison resistance. Perfect. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think switching to mana regen was definitely the correct thing to do. Now resting takes me much less time. Okay, Master Archer. Break line of sight. Cast also Kubus Armor. This would be a good moment to maybe use attraction. Nah, it wouldn't be. Shout, poisonous vapors. 9 damage, that's fine. That's fine, extremely poisoned. Yeah, these guys can just blow you up. Respect them. If you don't respect them, you're gonna get what you ask for. They are the most dangerous thing in here. Um, Blade Masters are a close second, but that is because Blade Masters you cannot outrun them. If you're hasted, they move as fast as you do. If you're not hasted, you move way slower than them. So yeah, really, really dangerous foes. In fact, I would even go as far as to say that most of the spellcaster depots pale in comparison to the master archers and demonologists. Do you have cold resistance? No? How did you take such little damage then? Huh. Well, and demonologist summons a TT Mittel with Bolt of Draining, 3 dice of 19, or 29 rather. That's super bad. Mm, Thinking about blinking because I cannot do much else. Hmm. Yeah, it just happened to be a pretty unlucky fight. I guess it's fine. I'm just gonna blink. I'd rather be safe than die horribly. I cannot drink haste. I guess I can go Gozag for haste. Resistance might and haste. Hmm. Resistance might and haste is expensive, but it's okay. I'm fine with that. Oh, can I bribe branch? Hmm. Well, I should have thought about that. That would have meant pay 3,000 gold to get a bunch of loot for free here. Alrighty. I hope that there's books here that give me toxic radiance. That would be pretty sweet. Okay. These were the guys that teamed up and like used Damnation and some Tsitsi Mito in the same turn. Alright. They're still so fragile that we are okay. Hmm. Ooh, one of these demonologists summoned the Shadow Demon. Yeah, if a demonologist summons a Shadow Demon, that's super bad because a Shadow Demon can summon a demonologist, which can in turn summon more Shadow Demons. So the situation can get pretty ridiculous. Way back in the day when summons didn't go away when you killed a summoner, yeah, that was such a pain. Fortunately, that was eventually changed. It used to be that it was like a necessity for you to have abjuration, a spell that doesn't even exist anymore. Yeah, and it doesn't exist for a very good reason. Now there's no point in casting that where when you could just kill the summoner instead. For monsters, it is still a spell that exists. Um, but you know how it is. Monsters cheat, and with all cheaters, monsters tend to not play as well as a good player would. If abjuration still existed now, today, it would be a very niche spell to have. Yeah, I feel like most players would not get abjuration. I really only see it as a usable spell if you're a summoner already and you for some reason don't have a way to kill an enemy summoner before the summons do their crazy thing. So you would have to abjure them instead. Okay, I'm not liking these. Yeah. With some luck, I could kill that sorcerer, but I think I'm gonna go for Fridge. Night Poison. It didn't kill? Oh, it has protection from fire. No wonder. Okay. That's not good. Yeah, that's a pretty bad thing. Anti-magic on a melee weapon. Yep, now I don't have mana, and this guy can still cast. So that's really, really bad. Okay, can I fear you? I can't fear you. Should have probably cured you when I had the chance to do so, or thrown a net. Mm, bite? Okay, bite went well, even though I was wielding the wrong weapon. Should probably inscribe it with don't attack, because we don't want to melee things with that. We don't have the skill to like really squeeze all the value out of that. Okay. The Earth Elemental shouldn't really be that difficult. Come on, come on. Do you approve of changes to crawl in the last couple of years? I have zero. Well, I have some minor issues, but minor. It's not like other crawl content creators who um, fervently grasp to old versions of crawl. Like I have no issues to that degree with crawl. I like crawl. Crawl makes me happy. And I think many of the things that have been introduced to the game are pretty cool. Like for example, wow, that's a beast ring. It's a beast ring and a beast chainmail. Like removing food, I whoever tells you that they don't like food removal, they were not really crawl players. That's the only way to put it. Because all the people, like it's almost unanimous. The people that come in my chat, whenever I talk about food removal, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say or like seriously make an argument against food removal. Or like, see, yeah, that's correct. I don't think I've ever seen anyone in my chat make an argument against food removal. I think the vast majority of players are okay with that. Cursed items were annoying. So here's the thing. Kroll's design philosophy really aims at making the game fun. The game, or Kroll, is not really about jumping through all the mini games that most other roguelikes do have. Kroll is about the combat first and foremost, and then also about building your character to be able to survive the combat. And the design philosophy, like the direction that Kroll is going towards, very clearly reflects this. Um, and I like it a lot. I enjoy that Kroll is about the combat and it's not about knowledge checks or like annoyances like, oh, you wore or you wielded this shiny mace. Oh, sorry, it's cursed, and now you cannot chop off monsters, and you're gonna starve. Like that was so stupid. And now it's gone forever because it was so stupid and it didn't really apport a lot to the experience other than, oh yeah, you got this cool shiny mace, but you cannot try it on because if you wield it, you might die. Um, so yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on that. I am okay with many things. I think the last time I greatly disapproved of a change to crawl was when the charms when charms were removed. By the way, I don't mean when the charms school was removed. I mean um, when like deflect missiles and regen and repel missiles as well when those were removed because those were the reasons why you went charms in the first place. Once they got removed, there was no more reason to go charms at all. So for me, that was the moment when the skill died pretty much. I would have liked to see a rework of charms instead of just a straight up charms removal. Um, but usually, whenever there's a change, and I'm like, you know, that's kind of ridiculous. It tends to get balanced. Yeah, like it doesn't stay ridiculous. For example, a couple of versions ago, monster weapon attack delay, I had like a strong melee character, like a heal orc or something, and I got pretty much soloed by a single orc with a weapon, and then I stopped playing spellcast or I stopped playing melee characters for like a month, and by the time I went back to melee characters, it was already like fixed because obviously that was not gonna stay like that. But yeah, it was pretty messed up. Also, Hot Hells, for example, I got to play Hot Hells when they were introduced, and they were so difficult. They were ridiculous. And I got a character that went through all four Hot Hells and got a win. But after that, it was nerfed because it was ridiculous. Um, you did like the idea of food acting as a time pressure. Now we have this thing called Sot Clock. So it will find you in 13,000 turns if you stay in this branch and explore new floors. So the way that the Sot Clock works is that it's pretty much the same as the food clock, except that you don't have to eat food. Um, so yeah, like the Sot Clock is just the food clock, but better, less intrusive. And in practice, most players will not really see it. I know that I have been playing like pretty much once a day, one character a day, or maybe less than one character a day, but like I play almost daily ever since this was introduced, and I have never seen the notification of the soft clock. Like the closest I've ever been to it was this one time where I was doing Pandemonium. I was doing Hellion Island in a really lame way. Um, and I was like, oh, I might run out of soft clock, and I checked and I had like 3,000 turns left. So like the soft clock is irrelevant. A clock is too generous. I don't think. I think the clock fulfills the same role that food fulfilled. Food was infinite. The thought clock is not quite infinite, but it is for practical purposes infinite, and that's how it should be. There's no need for it to be a pressure. It's just there to dissuade you from doing really dumb things that you shouldn't be doing in the first place. So if you see the thought clock notification, you're doing something weird. That's just how I think of it. Your favorite changes blink scrolls and salt as compensation for the removal of control blink. Control blink, I think it could come back as a level 9 spell. Obviously, like translocations level 9. Maybe even make it dual school. Maybe translocations there or something. I don't know. I don't feel like there's a need for stronger time pressure. The time pressure is only there to dissuade you from doing weird things, as I mentioned before. Um, mhm. So, what did we get here? We got some pretty nice things. That flail would have been crazy if I was the kind of character that could use it. I guess a vampiric scimitar could be mildly interesting. Mm, Falchion. The chainmail is much more alluring. I don't know if I could cast in it. I probably will never be able to cast in it, but it gives me slaying, and that makes it automatically interesting to my character. Let's wear it just to see how it is. Mm, I think I can drop the Staff of Air now. No, I'm gonna keep it around in case I need the resistance. Yeah, I guess I got this beast ring with willpower, fire resistance, resistance to negative, and see invisible. That ring is crazy good. But unfortunately, I don't think I can wear it with this character, but it is definitely crazy good. I've had many characters that would be very happy to see such an item. I cannot cast in the plate, so just for safety, I'm gonna go back to the robe. Let's wear this. I can kinda cast in the chainmail, kind of. Um, Maybe with wizardry. Okay. Something that I would like to see gone is the inventory cap. I think the inventory cap is super annoying. Because it's not really an issue. It's just, oh, my inventory is full of trash. Let's just drop some things. Um, like amnesia, identify. Mm, I guess mutation as well. Blight can go away. Maybe Circ. No, I'm gonna keep Circ around because it might have some niche uses. Like that one time where I berserked Bosnia. Oh, that was not what I wanted to pick up. Wizardry. Okay, with Wizardry I have reached at 17% in Chainmail. I also only have 18 strength. I don't know what made me lose strength. Yeah, because my strength comes from the quick blade. Okay. 13% with the quick blade. Interesting. The rest of my resistances are kind of trash because my resistances came from the robe of resistance. What happens if I, with the plate, 34%? Okay, I guess I could train armor, maybe a bit more, maybe also a bit more ice magic, and I could use fridge in plate, and that is already a game-winning combination in conjunction with the short blades. Hmm. Indeed, something to think about. A lot of options with this character, a lot of different ways that I could build it. But yeah, you once had to orb run Tomb since the salt clock got too low in the bolts because you wanted to do Tomb and you didn't have enough salt clock to go through bolts into Tomb. That is the most unusual of situations. Yeah. Um, I think I know what's happening to you, Railbird. I just thought of it, but I think I know what's happening. You get into fights as a human fire elementalist of Sif Muna, and you use all your mana because you're a mage. And so every time you fight, you have to regen your mana to full. And that is what's making it so that your game takes so long. Huh. Have you thought of that? Next time you see the salt clock, think about that and let me know what happens. Maybe it is indeed the case that you're using just too much mana in every fight, and having to wait for your mana is what's making you trigger the salt clock so consistently. Because take a look at this character. Um, it's been how long? 40,000 turns, and I have had zero issues with the salt clock, but I'm also not particularly a melee character and not particularly a spellcaster. I'm like a pretty decent combination of the two of them. Um, yeah, perks of being a bind stalker, I guess, and also perks of finding such a pretty beast ring so early in the game. The 27 dexterity has been pretty noticeable. How many fridges will it take to defeat Orbs of Fire? You can do it, but I have had characters with 100% power refrigeration, and I have had to cast it like 6 or 7 times against Orbs of Fire. Like, I don't think it's too reliable. Polar, if you have 100% power refrigeration, you're better off just casting Polar Vortex. Because 100% power on such a high level spell is not something that happens normally. You need to go for a very long run, and if you go for a very long run, you will have seen Polar Vortex most likely, and you will have the ability to cast it if you have 100% power fridge. It's just like really hard to have that and not have the ability to cast Polar Vortex. So you should just cast Polar Vortex instead. Um, but yeah, it's like 6 or 7. It's like not really usable at all because it's so expensive of a spell. But yeah, let's go do bolts. Before going in, let's take a look at my. Uh, Apart from the fact that I don't have resistance to electricity, we're doing well. I wonder if I could. No, the thing about this character is that if I put on the ring mail, I lose fire resistance. If I wield the trident or the longsword, I lose my melee. Yeah, there's no good way to fix this. Also, I guess I have a million staves of air. So, very unfortunately, we have found many sources of the resistance, but we have not found many sources of the resistance that I would like to use or that are suitable for my character. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to keep that in mind, or when I see one of those Thunderhook guys that sap you with electricity. Those guys are new. Oh yeah, that one, that one. Mm, are they new in this version or were they in 0.27? I actually have no idea. I think they were in 0.27. But yeah, blast the target enemy with lightning with no direct line of fire required. This is not dodgeable, um, but it will not use it if you're close because it can't. So yeah, that's a pretty genius design in my opinion. A monster that punishes you for from being far, from being far away from it. It's like a really sweet design and forces you to maneuver into being close to it. And then the Frostheart punishes you for being next to a wall. I do have the resistance. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering why this guy was dealing so much damage, but I guess it's normal. I don't have that much HP to spare, so that's why I feel like it's dealing more damage, or a lot of damage. Probably in practice it was not dealing that much damage. Well, the thing about Crawl is that the fights in Crawl are designed with the idea of, hey, you're probably going to be at full HP every fight. That's kind of how Crawl fights are. Mm, like the new Vault Guards, but Beastmaster is meh. Beastmaster got removed from the game. You still get bands of dire elephants and lindworms and manticores, I think. At least you get dire elephants and lindworms, I'm pretty sure. But now they don't have a Beastmaster. I don't know. I think I like the Beastmaster because the Beastmaster was a very consistent source of demon whips. Okay, yeah. I saw a mighty Bolt Warden and I immediately bailed. Like I don't need that kind of negativity in my life right now. Ouch. They hurt. They hurt a lot. The Bolt Warden got mightied because that's what Convokers do. I feel like they do it a lot more now. I guess it's okay because that forces you to just like prioritize the Convoker. You only got regular whips until now? Hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they drop demon whips. I know because I've gotten a demon whip from one of those guys before. Well, that's kind of a trash thing to have on the floor, like that leather armor, plus 3, and only resistance to negative. We shall leave it on the floor where it belongs. The other day I got a leather armor of resistance with this character. I have no idea how that happened, but it is also the first one that I have seen in this game. Hmm. I heard maybe Scrolls of Brand Armor will finally be implemented in the game. I know that I'm really excited for a Scroll of Brand Armor. I feel like it needs to be rarer than a Scroll of Brand Weapon because branded armor is also way rarer than branded weapons. Hmm. You don't recall Convoker's Mighty Ally so much until recently, but you play stable, don't you? I don't think that was a thing in 0.27. Um, yeah, I've only just noticed it a lot in my recent games. That's a beast battle axe that we're not gonna use, but pretty good regardless. And wow, I have found so many holy words with this character. I've used two of them earlier in the game, and we have four, so that's a total of six holy words. Compare that to blinking, which we have only found two of them, and I had to use one in elf. Okie dokie, looking good. Oh, there's the bazaar, right? I kind of forgot about it, but I only just remembered because of that shop. We definitely have to go into the bazaar after we're done with this level. I wanted to wait after doing Elf to go into the bazaar because I knew that Elf was gonna have a lot of money for me. I'm gonna buy this scroll blinking. Yeah. Usually I wait on buying things, but scroll blinking definitely worth buying immediately. Please don't trap me in, Mr. Bold Gordon. Thank you for not trapping me in. That was something that could have gone super bad, like ridiculously bad. If I had gotten trapped in there, that would have been a serious issue. You don't understand why the developers continue to apply changes to the stable release when they have the trunk version for that. Yeah, I don't think that was a stable change. Usually, balance changes are not applied to stable unless it's to nerf something. And I don't see why. Oh, maybe. I think I maybe know why. I think that's a way for the developers to nerf convokers. Because you remember how like a week ago or like a week or two ago, someone was on Reddit posting about how they carry the convoker around to everywhere, so the convoker could pull monsters outside of transporter bolts. Maybe that's why convokers got so massively buffed. But yeah, it is a pretty beast buff, it seems. Yeah, changes to stable only happen when they need to happen, and I assume that the development team decided that that was a change that needed to happen. That is the only reasonable explanation. Your last win and current game, the game was updated with changes. Are you sure you're playing Throng? Are you sure you're playing stable rather? Because that sounds to me like you're playing Throng. Maybe you're playing Tronk instead of playing stable. I actually can find out. Um, no, it's 0.27. Yeah, in your game from 2 days ago, the one that dies to a longsword in D13, that is 100% a stable game. Okay, it's interesting that your stable is getting updated so much. It's probably some patches, some patch notes or something to to let you know why that has been the case. That's so weird. Mm, okay, so bazaar, gateway to a bazaar. Okay, before going in, always drop a bunch of things on the floor. A bunch of things. I like to drop all my potions and all my wands, sometimes all my scrolls. Um, but yeah, I am rich, so I can afford to buy pretty much all that I want to buy here. We have 9 teleports. I don't have to buy those. We don't care about those. What is this? Statue form. No blinking. Lame. I don't care about that. Haunt is crazy, but it is very rare. One of these days I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, Haunt, it's the perfect thing that this character needed. Without a Jin, I mean, or a Null. Because those kinda can cast Haunt if they find it or if they get it. But no, I wanna be playing something that went into Necromancy and then it found Haunt and I was like, oh yeah, it's a perfect spell. I don't think I've ever had that happen. And it is, in my opinion, kind of a lame thing because it is so good. Like, it is such a good spell, but it is unfortunately a summon necromancy spell. And I don't use summons early on, and I don't use necromancy early on. So when I find Haunt, I will be like, oh yeah, it's cool, but it's level 7 dual school, so expensive, and there's nothing in between that I want to use. So what I'm saying pretty much is please rework summons and necromancy. Thank you. Please do so. Mm, okay, bunch of books. What we are looking for, we're still looking for it, is Toxic Radiance. Toxic Radiance is what we want. Oh, Blink. Blink, I guess, is also pretty sweet. I'm gonna get that. Well, this bazaar was rather underwhelming. Um, But at least I got Blink. Blink the spell is a pretty sweet thing to have indeed. In fact, it is so sweet that I will probably go ahead and turn on translocations. We're probably gonna need like 4 translocations. With 15 spellcasting, I won't need a lot for 100% spell power on Blink. Arguably the best utility spell in the game. Yeah, that's why it got nerfed. Now if I cast Blink, it gives me a cooldown. The cooldown gets lower and lower the more spell power you have until it doesn't have any cooldown at all at 100% power. Fortunately, it's not that difficult to get it to 100% power. But yeah, that's a big nerf to Blink early on. Okay, so let's see. Ah, man, this bazaar was kinda trash. Not gonna lie. Take a look at all the things that generated here, and like it's nothing too crazy or nothing that I would be too excited to buy. I guess the Scroll of Fear is worth buying, but yeah, like I saved up so much money to go in here in anticipation of getting crazy things, and I didn't get anything. And when you go in and you barely have enough money to buy one thing, you find like 6 crazy items. That's just the nature of the bazaars. The cooldown to blink is disappointing to see. It is so that you don't just get comfortable using one thing. Whenever something is too good, it gets nerfed, and then you are forced to improvise and adapt, and not just rely on the same thing every run, because you are very unlikely to just get the same things every run in a roguelike. I guess there's some exceptions to that, but they are more exceptions than the rule. Like for example, Sif Muna actively breaks that um, by by giving you everything, but you need to go for a very long game, and you're already, in my opinion, crippling yourself with Sif Muna um, to gain that power of like going wherever you want always. Hello, E Nonsense. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. We are going to continue doing this. Bolts, bolts 2. There was a ruined helmet on Elf 2. Oh yeah, because that guy was unkillable. Does Evocable Blink has the cooldown? It does have the cooldown. You have a couple of Web Tiles messages. It's probably a dump. Let's take a look at it, however. Better make sure. Interact. Yep, the dump and the bot. Alrighty. Thanks for letting me know regardless. I appreciate it always. Mm, yeah, I don't wanna have people feel like I'm ignoring them in web tiles. Like that is the opposite of what I'm doing. It's just because I literally don't see the messages. Um, okay. Those guys, this character feels kinda like a deep elf in a sense. It deals crazy damage, but it also receives crazy damage. Hmm. I wonder if I should throw away the buckler and just wear like a kite shield. If only one of these bucklers had generated as a kite shield instead, because I have so many, or I have two excellent bucklers, but I have outgrown the necessity for a buckler. Now I need a kite shield. I need something that protects me more than a buckler, because the actual shield stat is important. You're not a fan of Rampage on that buckler? I know, I'm okay. I'm okay. If I need to walk towards a monster, the Rampage is kinda sweet. Um, and if I don't need to walk towards a monster, the Rampage does nothing. So I'm okay with rampaging. That's kinda dangerous. Yep. These guys are not my friends. Yep. I think I'm gonna have to go for good old dabbing because I don't see how else I could kill these guys. But yeah, ghouls are definitely scary. Okay, fortunately didn't get randomly hit by a million damage by that ghoul. Okay, blink spell power 56%. Probably gonna need more than 4 translocations for blink. So yeah, the Convoker buff applies to stable. Well, I don't even know for real if there was a Convoker buff. I need to ask, because apparently I've been missing a lot of updates. I've also been informed that regen was nerfed from 1 regen per turn to 0.8 regen per turn. Mm, I guess it's reasonable. I'm not opposed to that nerf. As long as it doesn't go to 0.4, I still think it's a pretty good thing to stack regen, but maybe not as insane as it used to be. Okay, just for funsies, I decided to do that, but yeah, it is funny to see how the Death Knight reflects my damage, and I take a million damage from something I did to myself. It is funny when it's not incredibly likely to kill you, I have to say. So it is funny when you do it against a Death Knight at this point in the game. It is not funny when 17 mummies do it to you and you die. Oh, acquirement, finally. Not that we particularly care. This character has gotten almost everything that it could wish for. Okay. You know, for a character in a robe, it has pretty good staff. Alright, let's read the acquirement. A Ring of Spite. Well, that's a pretty decent ring. Um, the gold is not really that much. That's a lot of spells. I was just thinking about Flame Wave and how maybe it would be a good thing for this character to get to kill things that are resistant to cold, and that for some reason I can't melee. But I don't know. I don't think I will do it. Uh, earlier on the stream, like at the very start, I started with Ninja Gaiden, and I thought that it would be a good idea to stream it, but I can't. I actually can't. Um, I was getting so bad motion sickness. I don't understand how I was getting such bad motion sickness because I played through pretty much half of the game off stream when it released, and I didn't really have any issues with it or with that. Well, that's not looking safe. Your tactics are good and you have good positioning in most fights. Thank you for that. Yeah, it is a skill that comes with time. As long as you take your time to analyze the situation that you're in, you will also develop that. It is very similar to chess, as you probably know, Railbird. Since you have mentioned that you play chess probably more than Kroll. um, Yeah, I think of Crawl and chess as very similar games, except that when you play chess, you're playing against another person in like a battle of wit and tactics. In Crawl, it is more like one single player chess, and you are setting up most of the situations yourself, and you can like manipulate them into being situations that you can win, but you have to do it literally hundreds of times per playthrough. Yeah, I don't play chess. There was one time like a couple of months ago where I did chess puzzles, and I did like 4 hours of chess puzzles off stream. I think I did them after I ended the stream too. I wouldn't be surprised if it was while I was watching the sumo, because the sumo tends to end kind of late. I was watching Zoom when I was doing chess puzzles, the perks of having two monitors. But ever since then, I haven't really touched any form of chess. I don't know if I should. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm kind of conflicted on that, not gonna lie. Because I feel like if I wanted to get into chess for real, I would not be satisfied with only being mildly competent. Like, I would actually want to get really good at it, because I don't like streaming games that I'm not really good at. And I would maybe want to stream chess because, after all, it's like a significant, massive investment, time investment to get good at chess. So might as well, exploit it or like actually get the most out of that time investment. And that's why I haven't really gone back to chess. But I think I've mentioned it before on stream. I like chess. Chess is something that I played a bit when I was younger, like in middle school. I was in the chess club, and I never really got too good. And I also didn't really receive a lot of guidance from the advisor at the chess club. I don't think anyone did. It was not particularly the best of advisors. But I still got to skip classes like officially, and play chess with my friend, and that was pretty sweet. Um, but yeah, I feel like most of the things from middle school, and I mentioned middle school a lot because you probably know, but I dropped out of high school, so I don't really have a lot of like impactful memories of my time in high school. But I do have that from middle school. I guess it helps that my middle school was like a pretty intense one. That's the best way to put it, probably. Intense. Um, we went to school more than 12 hours a day. We pretty much spent the whole day in school, 3 out of the 5 days of the week, and yeah, like it was pretty enjoyable time. I definitely enjoyed the small degree and taste of independence that I got from being in such a middle school. Mm, well, that is not good. Cirque? Cirque seems dangerous. I think I'm gonna go for heal wounds and magic. Yeah, that's like gaining so much HP back. Look at how much of a percentage of my bars I gained back. Like I straight up gained a bit more than 50% of my mana bar back, and I gained like what is it, 30% of my HP bar back? Yeah, literally 30% because I have like 107 HP. Slightly less than 30%, but you know what I mean. Okay. I find it crazy that the thing that was dealing damage there was literally only the frost heart. Literally only the frost heart was dealing damage to me, and it was destroying me. That's why you should never fight the frost heart in next to a wall. Like maneuver yourself to not be next to a wall. I just decided to take the fight there because there were also like 3 or 4 Yoktor captains behind it, and I felt like if I walked away, I could pretty easily explode. I guess I still ended up pretty closely dying, but fortunately Gozag saved me there. Ouch. Okay. What do we want? Strength of or intelligence? I think I'm gonna go for intelligence. Yeah. This character is also interested in polar vortex. If I don't find, well, I guess at this point at this point it's not that impactful to find also Kubus, or rather Olgraf's Toxic Radiance. Yeah, I have a Noxious Bug, but it's too much of an investment in transmutations that I'm not gonna use. I also have Intoxication, and I'm not too much of a fan of Intoxication. Okay. You have not enough mana to cast the spell. Oh, that's enough shields for a whole playthrough. Okay, we're gonna turn that off. We're gonna go back to armor. I think I'm gonna go to 15 armor because I would love to cast in heavier armor than this robe. But it feels like it's I don't I don't see a future where this character casts Polar Vortex in the chainmail that I got or the plate that I got. Not even with wizardry. So I'm not too sure about that. But then again, I have those and I don't have Polar Vortex. I think I'm just gonna go for it and train armor. If I get Polar Vortex, we are just like, goodbye armor. But if I don't get it, then I have like a pretty good plan to fall back on. Alternatively, I could also train fighting because I only have 12. I could train it to like 21, maybe 20.9, so I don't get Slayer title. Or is it Slayer title for 21? If I maybe want the title. Yeah, if it's a Slayer, I want it. Just because I like Slayer from Guilty Gear. I should keep that in mind next time I get Slayer. I don't like Slayer because it is such a common title. I like to get fancier titles with my characters. But I guess it's still pretty cool, even if it's very common. Okay, refrigeration is just excellent. Yeah, I am very glad that I got it so early into the game. It was so good. I guess it's also important to be able to spot those kinds of things that you know that if you get it, you're probably gonna have a pretty good time with your character and actually go and try to get them. If you get them that early in the game, especially. Okay. I was thinking about tabbing or like maybe asking Gozag for mana, but then I remembered that I'm a Bind Stalker and that I gained mana back by hitting things. So, so I just decided to hit some things and I got my mana back for more refrigerations. Ah, that's so good about Bind Stalker. And that is also something that I haven't really taken a lot of advantage of. What is that? Mutation. Well, I guess it can remain on the floor. I don't have bad mutations that I want to remove. My general stance on mutation is to just leave it alone unless you have mutations to remove, because the upside from using a potion of mutation is minimal, and the downside can be literally, well, maybe not game ending. Maybe that's a bit of an overstatement, but it can be seriously bad, and it can greatly help in you dying. I don't like fighting the Frostheart. I definitely do not like it. Okay, back at full mana. I think I'm just gonna sit here. I was thinking of repositioning, but I use Condenser Bane. I got trashed, by the way. Yeah, Thunderclouds are the worst cloud that you can get from Condenser Bane. Even Meth would be better here than Thunderclouds. Thunderclouds are RNG, so even if the monster is just like chilling in the Thunderclouds, it can walk throughout the entirety of the Thunderclouds and just like never take damage. And the damage that they take when they do take damage is like so underwhelming too. It's so I greatly dislike Thunderclouds in this game. Yeah, I wish they were more like Acid. Acid is really what you want to see when you go for Condenser Bane and you get high tier clouds. Depending on the monsters that you're fighting against, it's also pretty sweet to get clouds of negative energy. Okay, we're done with Volts. I think the next step for this character is to go to Swamp. Okay, Swamp shouldn't be that difficult. Now my resistances are way better than before. Before I didn't have resistance to poison or corrosion. I only had fire and cold resistance. So yeah, it feels better. Let's see. What monsters am I afraid of in here? I am. It's not a question of are you afraid of any monsters in Swamp. It's just a question of what monsters your character cannot deal with easily, and therefore could get out of control. Well, definitely Thorn Hunters and Shambling Mangroves. That's just like a staple. Um, Eleonoma? Leonoma could be it. They deal a lot of damage. They're very similar to Dawn Hunters because they deal a lot of damage as well. If I had a Flame Wave, it would be a good time to use it. Flame Wave destroys Eleonoma because it burns the trees next to the Eleonoma. So it can create steam, it will create fire, and it will remove the Eleonoma's way to heal. Mm. Are you cold resistant? Why am I even bothering you? Oh, you are not even poison resistant. That's weird. Huh. I would think that that monster would be poison resistant. Yeah. Why was I even thinking about what I was going to do against that Eleonoma when they do not resist poison? Okay, I know what monster is a dangerous monster. It's probably this one because I don't have a good way to kill this block body. I need to melee it, and if I melee it, well, that's kind of not the greatest thing in the world. Fence Strider? Nah, Fence Strider is easy. Um, yeah, Paralyze 0%, Agony 0%. Uh, sure, the Hurlsuch can be kind of annoying. I think I can fly over it, so it is not nearly that bad. Um, do I have potions of flight? Oh, I guess I dropped them. I'm still not worried about Van Strider witches. Maybe Bonjeeps are the real issue here. If it turns out that I'm like Omni resistant and that I have no issues with no monsters in Swamp, I would go as far as to call this character a seriously powerful character. Because even my best characters have like the one monster in Swamp that they're like, oh no, not that monster. Um, but so far we are okay. Maybe it's gonna be Sprig and Druids. I feel like a lot of characters that I play struggle with Sprig and Druids. Hmm. Getting shafted in swamp is super bad. It is probably the worst shaft in the game because the levels are so small, and so you're gonna reveal a bigger percentage of the level, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just like biased, or maybe I was just like um, reflecting on the shafts that I've seen in Swamp before, but I feel like every time that I get shafted in Swamp, barring some extraordinary exceptions like this one, it's not gone well. Yeah, imagine that shaft that I just had, except that instead of landing in line of sight of the stairs, I had landed in line of sight of shambling mangrove and a thorn hunter. Yeah, swamp shaft is super bad, but you have had worse experiences with spider shafts. Getting shafted into Spider 4 because a Spider 4 is such a ridiculous level. It's like a cartoonish level with a million spiders. Who knows why it has a million spiders, but it does have a million spiders. Okay, we're doing well so far. Wow, I even destroyed the ghost crab. Yeah, I was thinking maybe the ghost crab will be the issue. Moth of Wrath +2 Emperor Scorpions. Yeah, that sounds like a good way to die super fast. Okay. You are immune to poison? Or resistant to poison? I need to Google mangrove because I don't know what a mangrove looks like. Let's take a look here. Huh, it looks like a swamp tree. Yeah, it definitely looks like a swamp tree. Hello, Bob and Alice. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. It looks like something that could come out of Dark Souls. Well, I googled mangrove, and yeah, those trees definitely look like they could be in Dark Souls. In fact, now that I was reading the description for the shambling mangrove, it reminded me of those big three enemies in Dark Souls 3 that run towards you and hit you and destroy you um, in the swamp area. Not the toxic swamp area, but the swamp area. You bottled a 2 pawn lead. It happens. Cannot say that I've been there because I don't really play a lot of chess, but it happens. Sometimes you throw. It has happened to me a fair amount in fighting games. Yeah. Recently, I don't play, or rather, I haven't been playing a lot of Strive, um, because it makes my hands hurt, and I prefer my hands not to hurt, right? Even though I do enjoy Strive. But now that I have come back to Strive, I have encountered that I have issues with some motion inputs, specifically the one that you need to do yeah, my character's supers in Strive. So I get into situations where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna win. I just need to do the motion for the super, and I fail to do the motion for the super, and I die. And that has happened so much already that I feel like maybe the correct thing to do for me is to not try to go for that, which is kind of lame because I don't know. I wish I could do it, but the input is just so annoying. Yeah, I feel like people discredit and like downplay the impact of motion inputs in fighting games, especially some inputs that are really hard to do on a D-pad or like outside of an arcade stick. I feel like that kind of input should probably not be in any fighting game. Like for example, the SNK pretzel input. Like I to this day I've been playing fighting games for like more than 20 years, and I to this day I don't know how you are supposed to do the input for the SNK pretzel input. Like I see it and I'm like, That's not doable." I don't think I've ever been able to do it intentionally. Such a silly input. Okay. I have to say that so far we haven't really run into issues with monsters here. I have no idea how. but it's been going unexpectedly well. That's the way to put it. Unexpectedly well. I am definitely carefully optimistic of this place. Yep. But I think if I had come in here as my first rune, it would have been a whole different story because I wouldn't have had resistance to corrosion or resistance to poison. Those are the ones that I have right now that I didn't have before. Okay. You were up by plus 11 at some point. Yeah, if you run your analysis, that will like inevitably make you get better at chess. So yeah, run the analysis and find out where you blundered. I think that's the term. You blundered. Yeah, if only there was such a powerful analysis tool for Crawl. I feel like people would win a lot more, but then Crawl is a single player game, so I feel like people's general attitude is who cares about being really good at a single player game? What's important is beating other people. Hmm. Yeah, it might be that case. I feel like if Crawl was a competitive multiplayer game, like even with like big amounts of money, there would be a lot more optimization when it comes to Crawl. And yeah, I remember this. I kind of forgot about it. Let's just get the money because the other things don't appeal to me, and the money is always good with Gozag. That is a reason to go for a two-handed weapon, but not at this point in the game. Yeah, at this point in the game, I'm kind of married to my plan of casting spells, potentially in heavy armor. Presses so inaccuracy, 256 blunders. I find that hard to believe. Oh, oh, I get it now. I get it now. Yeah, when it comes to Crawl. Presses so inaccuracy, that was a great ring at least. The ring was okay. The thing about my rings is that it's kind of hard to compete with. I need the ring of intelligence. Like I need that in order to be a character. And the ring of slaying, I also kind of need that in order to be a character. So whatever I end up replacing these rings with, they need to provide me A, intelligence, or B, slaying for me to even want to consider them. Yeah. I also would definitely appreciate some boots with resistance to electricity, or a glove or a helmet with resistance to electricity, or a shield, I guess. Yeah, I can wear a kite shield now. What do I lose? I lose poison resistance, resistance to corrosion, willpower. I don't mind losing the willpower because I have a lot of it. Fence Strider, okay. You are resistant to poison, but you're not resistant to cold. So there we go. Oh, the Bunjeep survived. Baisu Shen is like resistant to cold, isn't she? Yeah, for some reason. Like, I don't understand why Baisu Shen is resistant to cold. Um, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me flavor-wise, but I may not be too familiar with the legend that Baisu Shen is based off of in real life. So how do we kill her? I don't think we can. And also, normally you would be like, oh yeah, scales, but this character is a Gozag worshipper, so there's no scales. Maybe I should just skip the level so I don't have to deal with her. Sounds like too much of a hassle and not enough reward. hmm Okay, we're fine. There we go. That could have been pretty bad because the Swamp Dragon was mighty from the Brigand Druid, So maybe a single monster wouldn't really hold much of a challenge, but like a combination of two or more monsters could be a serious issue for this character. What is it? What is this ending? I have 4 magic mapping. I never use them all. Let's just use one. Hmm. Hmm. Is that shops or portals? Whatever it is, that doesn't look good. That looks like maybe a hell entrance ending with demons. Green Death ending. Oh, it's only a Green Death? Yeah, that's like the least dangerous demon that could have been placed here. I was thinking more Blizzard demons and Ice Fiends, but if it's a Green Death, it's like a joke. Actually, a joke. I feel like any character going that deep into the game will have poison resistance, and poison resistance makes Green's Deaths into much less dangerous monsters. A wizard. Okay, ignite poison. Oh, there we go. Oh, the Hellwing is real. Ogre Mage, 0% chance to paralyze. Blizzard Demon. Okay, that is indeed a Blizzard Demon. And yeah, this guy is a problem because very resistant to cold and also immune to poison, I think. Resistant to poison. Okay. Yeah, weak to fire, but we cannot do anything about that. I guess I could get Meph. Yep, I probably shouldn't be in the line of sight of that Blizzard Demon because that Blizzard Demon is actually terrifying. Hmm. I think I just noticed. I don't think there is. Ooh, that's a not so great teleport, but it is fine. But yeah, I don't think there's any monsters that threaten you with electricity here. Maybe like Spriggan Magi, but I think they're pretty rare. I think I should use Potion Petition here. Haste and Brilliance is exactly what I needed. Like exactly, those are the two potions that I wanted, and nothing more and nothing less. Well, maybe more, maybe Might and Heal Wounds, or rather not Heal Wounds. Heal Wounds and Magic I would have also appreciated, but Haste and Brilliance were the things that I needed the most. So yeah, now we can cast a lot more refrigerations. You mostly got Hydra, Dragon Simulacra, and Green Deaths for this layout, not Blizzard Demons. Maybe it got reworked into being different now. But yeah, that Blizzard Demon is like no joke. That's a real deal. Yeah, the issue with that guy is that it shoots lightning bolt, and I don't have the resistance. So that guy's lightning bolt is a serious problem, coupled with the fact that I cannot kill it fast enough. I need to melee it in order to be able to kill it. If I can melee it, it's not that terrible, but it also has a ton of support. So yeah, it's just a super hard fight for me to deal with, like it is. I need to not fight in that arena. Okay, the power of haste compels you all to explode. There we go, a lot of money. Hmm. Look at that, 34 armor class with protection and also Kubu's armor. 34 armor class in robes. I mean, I know that I'm not walking around a lot, but still, that's a lot of armor class. Yep. I hope that this character finds Polar Vortex. I feel like this character can go for Polar Vortex. Of course, maybe not with 22 intelligence. Maybe I want more than 22 intelligence. Do Brigands start with lower intelligence than the average or something? Is that a thing for Brigand? I wouldn't be surprised if it was the case. A ghoul. Okay. Um, okay, we got rid of the ghoul. Yeah, I always respect ghouls. They just have too much damage. 30/30 is like a big deal, especially coupled with like such a massive amount of HP. They are kind of like dire elephants that hit you twice for slightly less damage per attack, but more damage total. At least they don't trample you. They have more HP than the dire elephant. Yeah, 147 for the ghoul, 112 for the dire elephant. I guess if you take armor class into account, probably the dire elephant is roughly equivalent to the ghoul. Who knows? Acid, finally. Not that we can do a lot of it with only 10 evocations, but I guess it's a nice thing to have. What should I drop now? I guess identify. I see myself using it a lot for the rest of the game. You know, something that I've always found kind of funny is how the Brigand Rider transforms into either a Brigand or Hornet if you kill it, but you don't kill it hard enough. Mm, yeah, in my opinion, it should transform into something else. Because a normal Spriggan is probably not high enough level. Okay, Blizzard Demon, we can do this. Oh no. Okay, we should be fine. Hmm. I don't think it's gonna walk towards me, that Blizzard Demon. Okay, there it is. Please don't multi-sap me like crazy. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. I even got a staff to kill. Distraction staff, courtesy of Gozag. I wonder if this ending will have anything fancy other than the Blizzard Demon. It was a pretty threatening monster to find here, not gonna lie. Yeah, I got hit super hard, and it only hit me with one lightning bolt. It bounced and it missed me on the return. So that could have ended like really, really poorly there. Okay. I don't know why tentacle monstrosities spawn here. They're I assume that they're supposed to be threatening and dangerous because of how tanky they are and resistant, but they don't really deal that much damage. I wonder if they should have a bit more damage. Yeah, what do you think? Do you think that tentacled monstrosities are okay or too weak, or I guess maybe too strong, but I don't know. I don't think anyone will think of them as too strong. And there is the green death that you mentioned. Mm, yeah, maybe you just didn't see the Blizzard Demon, or maybe you were powerful enough to not have to notice the Blizzard Demon when you did this ending. Peacock. So yeah, that was some good stuff indeed. Now I think for the next part of this character, we are gonna go do depths. I have 8,000 gold. Wait a second. That debuff has poison resistance. Yeah, okay. Let me get some shops here. Book Boutique, General Store, Antique Armor. Okay, Book Boutique could be interesting. It could give me Toxic Radiance or Polar Vortex. I still would be kind of okay with receiving Toxic Radiance, even if it wouldn't be like so amazing as it would have been way earlier in the game. It would still be a respectable spell to carry to the end game. Um, the general store is like irrelevant, and the antique armor store could be pretty good. Yeah, it could be what I need. It could give me a very good hat, a very good pair of gloves or boots, something that I do not have. I think I'm gonna go for the book boutique because of fence versus defense. Let's see what we got here. Manual stapes. I don't think I got it. Oh, Inescapable Atlas has something for me, right? Oh, never mind. Mm, no. Hold on a second. We can continue. Nope. Okay. I didn't get anything that I wanted from here. Haunt, but you know what it is with Haunt. Huh. I find this pretty funny. Apportation and disjunction. I think it's the lowest level and the highest level translocations in the game. Mm, nah, that was a bit of a disappointment. I guess I got what I paid for. Let's do it one more time. Book Emporium for a lot of money now. Oh, now the antique armor shop is cheaper. Let's get that. Ah, rendered kite shield for cheap too. That's pretty sweet. I'm gonna get that. Yeah, poison resistance. I guess we can drop the buckler and go into the kite shield. You're excited to watch the World Chess Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Ian, whose last name I will refrain from butchering. It goes from November 24 to December 16, and it's not like multiple games, right? It's a Banlord name. It is a Banlord name, 100%. It's not like or is it? Is it a couple? Is it like multiple games, or is it just like one game? Yeah. Oh, it is multiple games. How many games? When it comes to fighting games, the games end so fast. Fighting games are really like chess boxing, where you do like speed chess and then you do one round of boxing and then you go back to speed chess. 15, that's a lot of games. No wonder it lasts for 2/3 of a month pretty much. Mm, Corey, you fleet-footed checker playing Polywagon. Okay, that's pretty funny. Alrighty, well, we got a shield of poison resistance. We lose resistance to corrosion, but now we gain some decent amount of shield. Cannot complain about that. I guess we can call more merchants. That's kind of whack. Leaning towards the jewelry because I could get an upgrade to my jewelry in general. Let's go for jewelry. Macabre finger. I think we have a really rare character where Macabre Finger might be what I want. Yeah. Is my third best ring better than Mana Regen? If I had a ring of resistance to electricity, it would be, but I don't have it. Well, I guess I have it, but strength -5 is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not putting on that ring. Fire is also a downside. And we have a ring mail. If that ring mail was a ring instead, it would be very desirable, but it is not. Well, the more the game progresses, I'll get more. Um, I'll get more rings, and maybe I want to use the macabre finger. Antique armor, antique weapon. Well, antique armor it is. Slimy boots. Okay, let's check them out. Ooh, spicy. Okay, 2 pips of cold resistance. Make the other ring much more eluding. I think the big issue that we have with the other ring is the strength -5. Yeah, that kind of interferes with the plan of casting in heavy armor. So goodbye these, and hello these, and quite probably I'm not gonna be upgrading from them. Um, yeah, 3 pips of cold resistance is pretty good. I could wear fire skills with this character. Maybe fire skills is what I want. Do I even have access to them? Because Gozag, right? Oh, there's fine fire skills. There's rendered fire skills there for 2,000 gold. I think I have to pull the trigger. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Gacha. At least it's free gacha instead of oh I spent $1,000 and I got trash gacha, right? Let's see what we got. Boo. I mean, I guess it's an upgrade. I guess it's an upgrade. Let's check them out. Wait, let me drop some things here. Hmm. I guess we can drop that. I don't see myself using it again. Um, oh, I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Just in general, it was such a lame set of fire skills for 2,000 gold. I was like, Gozag gave it to me. I hope that it's gonna be good, but nah. Nah, it was anything but. Anything but. Mm, yeah, I don't think I want that ring anymore. Or poison resistance. I also don't want flame, and I don't want to pick it up again. 21, 18, 17. 27, 18, 17. And if I melee with the quick blade, it's like 34. Ah, that's fine. It's fine. Pretty much the same defenses that I would have if I just used my things normally. But I have more base armor class to run around with, and I also have 2 pips of fire resistance, 1 pip of cold resistance. Not bad. Mm, yeah, I lack resistance to electricity. I need that the most. But when it comes to gambling for Gozag to give it to me, I think I'm done with that for now. I think I'll go back to doing that later. Yeah, unfortunately we got ice dragon scales in a shop, but not fire dragon scales. So sad. There is a shiny tower shield. I could use that. But it's so expensive. I can't really use it. Okay. You know what? I think that's going to be it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow with more Crawl. Of course, we will finish this character, maybe start another one. I think I'm gonna think about what I want to play um, for the first couple of hours of the stream tomorrow, because I do want to start adding up to the stream by starting earlier, like making it a stable thing to start earlier with something else and then go back to crawl for like 3 or 4 hours at the end of the stream. Or, well, not at the end of the stream, but like 3 or 4 hours after the first couple of hours of the stream. So you know, the usual. If you enjoyed what you saw, you should consider following. Of course, I guess you don't have to. I would appreciate it if you did, however. And if you're already following, you should consider subscribing. Of course, yet again, I understand that you may not be able to, but it would definitely be very helpful if you could consider subscribing. And also, I guess, happy Thanksgiving if you are affected by that. I'm personally not affected by that in any way whatsoever, being in Mexico. Um, but yeah, you know, I don't have much else to say. I'm just gonna go watch some sumo, unless there is someone playing Crawl at the moment, which I would be very surprised if it was the case. Nope, the only person playing Crawl is me, so let's go watch some sumo. It's getting pretty interesting, the tournament. Um, so yeah, see you around and have a nice rest of your night. See you tomorrow. Bye.